Good morning, everyone. Let us all stand and we will start our review with the prayer. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord God, Heavenly Father, we ask forgiveness for our sins and we ask for blessings for today's Lord. We would be able to comprehend the review that we will have today. Lord, we ask your Holy Spirit to guide our minds, to send your wisdom, to protect us from all danger. Lord, we ask also your guidance for our family who are left at home, that they will be able to do their tasks in your greatest glory. Lord, our review today will really be possible with your guidance, and that we offer this also to your greatest glory. This we ask. For Christ our Lord. Amen. In the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Good morning. Please take your seat. Right. Good morning, everyone. So welcome to our review. We will be talking about English language grammar. So that would be our topic for this for today. Now, if you have in your if you are going to look at your handouts, you have there two sets of handouts. The other one is the content, and the other one is the questionnaire, the test item. Now, I have to start with the process or the format of our review today is that we will have to use the questionnaire and then we will answer item by item and we will discuss each item. Okay? Because I don't want to dwell too much on the lecture. I would not be conducting lecture too much on the lecture on the content of the grammar, but I have to do on more on the analysis of the items, what makes the answer correct, or what made the other choices not correct, right? So you have there also the what's this answer sheet. So two things that you're going to do is that you need to answer item number one, example, and then let's discuss. Then after that, number two, and then let's discuss. And then if you're going to answer, you can encircle your answer in your questionnaire, and you can also use the answer sheet for your recording. Okay? So dua kabilog, basi matapos ang aton nga klase, ang aton nga review, nag-answer ka tuod sa imong nga questionnaire, pero wala nimo na circular ang imong ano pagpulis sa balay, ano tong mga answers ni man. So dua kabilog ha. So your questionnaire and your answer sheet, there should be answers for that. So let's start. So basically our focus is on the structure, is on the grammar. Okay, and this is one of the general subjects in the literature examination for teachers. So let us start with the first one. Now, I have here, I guess I have 20 items. The 20 items is for our testing, for our activity, for our exercises. And then the remaining, there are 150 items. The remaining 150 items will be for your, again, our enhancement. Okay? So let's start with the first one. I'm going to give you just, let's practice 30 seconds. Siguro 1 minute, 30 seconds to 1 minute to answer each item. Okay? So let's answer number one. Nakita niyo na? Okay. This one, this question.
So probably have to separate your questionnaire and your answer sheet. Number one ang dami. Ang dami makakas number.
Yeah, you have to answer first, number one on, please. Right. So let's start. So I guess everyone has already answered number one item. Okay, so the answer, the structure here is we always blank the scenic route home. The choices here are all in the verb form, right? So we have take, we have are taking, and letter C, have taken, or have taken, sorry, have taken. And letter D, took. So what is your answer? So dapat, kamo mag-answer, kamo man mag-check sa inyong mga papel ha, para makount na lang yung score. So what's your answer? Okay, letter A. Okay, the answer is letter A. So you're correct. So that's letter A. Now what's the reason why our answer is letter A? Okay, so this is the explanation. So, paano to?
Okay lang. Makita ka lang.
All right. So letter A, this is all about simple present tense. So letter A, we are going to go back to the question. Sorry. Yeah, if we are going to go back to the question, it talks about the simple present tense. What makes it simple present tense? It's because of the word always. Good. It's because of the word always. So this means to say that it is habitually done. So habitually done. If you are going to say about habitually done, you are doing it every day, or you're doing it always, or you are doing it usually. Like going to church every Sunday, you're doing it regularly. So it's habitually done. Now, letter A is the correct answer because the sentence express habitual action as signaled by the term always. So we have always, we have every day, we have usually, and we have oftentimes, regularly, so that's it. Letter B is incorrect because it expresses continuous action. Now look at your letter B. Letter B is are taking. That is progressive tense. So when we speak about progressive tense, it is habitually done. No, not sorry. It is, or the action is continuous. So the action is continuous. What does it mean? Sige. While you're doing it. Okay, the action is going on while you are doing it. Letter C is also incorrect because it expresses an action that happened in the definite time in the past. Definite time in the past. Think of this one. It is past tense. The letter C is it is in the past tense. Think of indefinite time in the past. Okay, so let's go back. It's the have taken. Sorry, have taken is perfect present perfect tense. So present perfect tense. May duha kita ka ano, may duha kita ka past confusing. The other one is simple past tense. Simple past tense and Okay. So this one is definite. This one is indefinite. So if it is definite, may araw din siya tinatawag na yesterday, may araw siya tinatawag na last year, may araw siya mga something about the past. But if it is indefinite, wala siya dinhambal, wala dinhambal ka lang na yesterday or last year, you need to use the have or has plus uh, the perfect tense. So example, you have taken or has taken. That's it. All right. So that's it. Letter D is also incorrect because letter D suggests that the action was done at definite time in the past. So definite time in the past, we have here, example for this one is took, and that is our letter D. So definite time. Again, if the action has a definite time in the past, you need to use simple past tense. If it has no like this, no definite time, then you need to use present perfect tense. So what is the present perfect tense of took or take? It is have taken. If it is plural, have taken. If it is singular, it could be has taken. Let's move on with number 2. All right, please answer number 2. For those ano galingan ng DP, our format is you have your questionnaire in your hand right now, yes, and you have your answer sheet, and you have your content update, or you have your other handouts. So I will not dwell too much on the lecture, but rather we will have to analyze each item of your questionnaire. So I will be giving you 30 seconds to 1 minute to answer each item, and then after answering each item, we will have to discuss, we will have to analyze the item. Okay? And then, ang inyong answeran, baka bilog inyong answeran. Answeran nyo ang answer sheet, and at the same time, answeran nyo ang inyong handouts. Okay. Let's move with number 2. All right. So I hope you're done with number 2. So the question is, which of the following sentences is correct? So the letter A is, the competing glee clubs are thoroughly prepared. Letter B, the competitors are talented, certainly. Letter C, we will find out whether our predictions is true later. And letter D is, this young man is dedicated to his craft totally. So what is your answer? So the answer is letter A. So the question is, which of the following sentences is correct? So what makes it wrong? This is the only correct sentence here. Okay, and what makes it wrong? Nga wrong ang letter B, nga wrong ang letter C, nga wrong ang letter D. Okay? If you are going to look at it, parang kaano lang din, ka-correct lang din sa iya. Letter B is parang correct, letter C is parang correct, letter D is parang correct din. Okay, this is our explanation. So, the modifier is usually placed before the word being modified. This talks about modifier. So what are examples of what are modifiers? These are adverbs and adjectives.
The adjectives modifies noun and pronoun, while adverbs modifies adjectives, verbs, and other adverbs. Now, what about in our sentences? Letter A, option A is correct because the adverb thoroughly is placed before the word prepared. Right? So let's go back to the sentence that we have here. Okay, this one. The competing glee clubs are thoroughly prepared. So what is our adverb? The adverb here is thoroughly. And if we are going to talk about modifier, it should be placed near to the word being modified. Right? Before or after. Usually it should be before the word being modified. So thoroughly modifies the verb prepared. So that's correct. Now let's find out letter B. Di ang ating adverb, di ang ating modifier. The competitors are talented, certainly. Okay? So here, certainly is at the last part of the sentence. Now, the question here is, diin ang ating word being modified by the word certainly. So it is talented. So as what I said, usually modifier is placed before the word being modified. So it should be, what would be our correct sentence here? The competitors are certainly talented. Okay, next, we'll find out whether our predictions is true later. Okay, so what is our modifier? What is our modifier here? Later. Yes, our modifier is later. Okay, what word does later should be or should modify in this sentence? Okay, it's the prediction. What else? Parang kung tanawin mo din, it's like the prediction. Okay, our prediction later. Or it should be kung tuod ayan later. But ano gid ang dapat natin natanawan later? Because prediction is a noun. And it should not be modified by the word later. Because the word later is an adverb. Adverb of time. Adverb should only modify adverb, adjectives, and other verbs or verbs. It's find out. Okay, later should modify the word find out. So what would be our correct sentence? Yes, it could be we will find out later whether our predictions is true. Okay, next, what about letter D? What makes it wrong? This young man is dedicated to his craft totally. Okay, what could be the correct answer? Okay, totally dedicated to his craft. Totally here should not modify the word craft because craft is basically a noun. And totally should modify dedicated or is dedicated because this is our verb. All right, so that's the answer. So remember this one, modifier. We have to remember that modifier is usually placed before the word being modified. Option A, B, C, and D contain adverbs which modify a verb, adjective, or another adverb. That's it. Now let's move on to the next item. Answer the next item. Sige, number 3. Answeran niyo naman. Okay? All right, so let's start. Let's answer. So what's your answer? Okay, it's letter B. Okay, what type of sentence is this? This is all about tag question. Right. So the statement is, we went to the party last night, didn't we? So the correct answer or the correct reply would be yes, we did. Okay. Now in the tag question, remember this one. Your statement must be positive, your question must be negative, the answer must be positive. Okay, remember it one. Probably when you were in high school or when you were in college or when you were in elementary, what is being taught by our teachers is just up to the construction of the tag question. Ito lang, statement and then your question. Seldom did I encounter a book, I'm referring to a book, that the book would teach us about how to reply a tag question. Okay? So look at this one. Option B is correct because the tag question is negative, so the response must be positive. The tag question here, this is the tag question, didn't we? So it should be positive. Positive, negative, positive. If this is negative, this will be positive and the answer will be negative. So I'm gonna, right. Okay, option A is incorrect because of incongruity, since yes is affirmative and didn't is negative. Option C is incorrect because the tag question made use of do form. Option D is also incorrect because the tag question is in the past tense. Now let's go back to the item. So this one, the tag question, this one is yes, we are. It's incorrect, although this is positive, but this is incorrect. Why? Because of the word went. This is a do form verb. We have didn't. Okay? So hindi siya parallel. Okay? This one also is, this is incorrect because we have yes, we do. Yes, sorry, this is also positive, but this is incorrect because our tag question is in the past tense. Didn't. Okay, and we have went. Okay, so that's the explanation. Let's move on with number 4. Checkan niyo na din ang inyong answer sheet. Checkan niyo man, ha? Yeah, my answer. Sorry. My answer to it now, and that's for practice. Supposedly. Okay. So perfect na ang 1 to 20. But you still have other items there which we don't have the answer. All right. So which of the following items show clarity in the use of modifiers? Okay. See, diretso na lang po kayo may answer ang 1 to 20. Then sa ano na lang po sa other items na magulat sa inyo. Which of the following items show clarity in the use of modifiers? Clarity in the use of modifier. So the first one is the statement is being in a hurry, my notebook was left. The rain bumped me, or the train bumped me. I slid on the wet stair and then the house was on fire. Okay. Now look at this one. What's the answer? It's the letter C. Correct. Letter C. Now what's the explanation? Let's move on with the explanation here. Now, I have to explain this one. Being in a hurry, this is our modifier. This is our modifier. If I have to place this one here, being in a hurry, my notebook was left. Parang correct, di ba? Now, ano ang wrong? The question is, ano ang i-modify si Min? Di ba, hambal na ang modifier, magsunod tayo sa na-modify. So, ibutan natin dali. Being in a hurry, my notebook was left. Sino ang i-modify niya? My notebook. So, sino ang gadasig? Wala hambal na ikaw. Ang ginhambal dali, my notebook. So, wrong. Amo na siya magtanaw pa kita sa sentence. The correct na siya. Kaya, gina-think natin na ako man ang being in a hurry. Ako. Pero wala nabutang dili nga ikaw. Ang nabutang dili, my notebook was left. So, si notebook ang being in a hurry. So, it's wrong. What about this one? Being in a hurry, the train bumped me. Sino ang being in a hurry? Ang train na naman. But your idea here is you. Now, what about letter C? Being in a hurry, I slept on the wet stair. So, sino ang nag-hurry? The I. So, this is clear. This is very clear because we're talking about clarity of the modifier. Being in a hurry, I slept on the wet stair. Another one. Being in a hurry, the house was on fire. Si house ang gadali. Hindi ikaw. Now, if you're, that's the beauty of the language, you know, to analyze it critically. Ang mga case, magbasa ka, sino mga English teachers there? Maski mga elementary teachers. If you are an elementary teacher, you're an English teacher. If you're a science teacher, you're an English teacher. If you're a mathematics teacher, you're an English teacher. Sa mathematics, paging buday, paging ng mathematics, because there should be critical thinking in terms of the language. Tama na siya. Ang Filipino, the same with the language. I don't know in the private school, kung ang private school, gatudos na sa soksay nila if it is taught in English language or if it is taught in Filipino. Ang nasa building, at least makadlaw ka sa mga sulat-sulat sa mga pamataan. Kadlawan mo, hindi mo makadlaw ka because of this type of sentences. Right, let's move on with number 5. The wind started to howl at blank. Okay? So the answer here is letter C. Okay? So look at this one. What's the explanation for this? It's on option C is correct since the verb tense is consistent with the verb in the given stem. Now it talks about parallelism of the structure. Parallel structure. Are you familiar with parallel? Ang mga math, kabalo ng parallel. Dapat parihas sila mag-aamunan. Dapat ang isa mo na ulat, kaamunan ang isa. Dapat parallel siya. Parallel structure. Now look at the first structure. The first structure here is the wind started to howl. Started. The subject, wind, and we have the verb. It's in the past tense. So dapat, ang kasunod niya, it should also be in the past tense. So like you have here, I shivered. It should not be like this. This is wrong because past tense ang aton na verb. And it is in the simple past tense. This one, it is in the progressive tense. Simple present progressive tense. Present progressive tense. Okay, the verb plus the ing form of the verb. This one, it is in the past progressive tense. Past progressive tense. Now this one is past progressive tense. The form is the past form of the verb plus the ing form. The be verb. They are called the be verb. Or sometimes they are also used as auxiliary verb or helping verb. And this one, this is in the emphatic form. So, emphatic, when you speak about emphatic, it's about emphasizing, like, I do love you. Pwede lang na siya mawala. Pwede lang siya mawala ni siya. Okay, gina-emphasize lang niya na, I really shiver. I really love you. Okay, ako nang ara sa church, may mga do, I do love him. I do love her. Because gina-emphasize ito na love mo gid siya. At kung maghambal ka lang, I love him. Yes, I love him. It's lower than I do love him. It's lower than I do love her. Ano nang sabat mo? Yes, I do. So, I do love him. Ano nang pamatian niyo yung mga husband, yung mga nobyo-nobya. Wala gani ang do, kung anong siya, nupo lang na iyang maghilak-hilak gani. Ano gani kata ko maghilak-hilak? Bulag niya po mo. Sakitan sa akong ka. Lantaw pinsan na mas busy siya ako. Inaasas tubal na ako kasi pala ang mga laway sa inyong akuan balaw ng talasik. Vaccinated bitaw ko. Naka-booster na ko. Kidding aside. Alright. So let's move on to number 6. Sir. Hi sir. Morning. Sir, answeran mo ang mga test item, ha? Tapos may nakakadalay answer sheet, answeran ko nimo. Tapos while the answer, inupod na check, ha? And you can write something in your notes kung may mga notes kita. We will not have our lecture item and lecture item. Para, kung mag-lecture, I've done it before. Mag-lecture to gana, lecture, and then paghapon mag-tests. Well, the lecture ko, ang iba, so wala sila yung namin na, I have to try this one because if try ko siya, then iho ka mo na item, iho naman ka mo, tapos, okay, discuss kita, iho naman ka mo, discuss kita, kaysa magsigo discuss din, matulog ang imay, matulog lang mo na yun, kasi mo ba na magkuragod pa, kaya mo nang kakulumbakan. Okay, number 6 here, I wish I knew how to swim. That's the statement. Okay, what is our answer? Okay, of course, you have your copy there. So I could go scuba diving with you. So what's the explanation for this? So the subjunctive, it talks about subjunctive mood of the verb. We're talking about mood of the verb. We have subjunctive mood. So subjunctive mood is used for verbs when the action stated is imaginary or when it is unlikely to or uncertainly to happen. That's subjunctive mood of the verb. Ano siya, ang verb, kailangan din verb, damo-damo na siya ng mga explanation. Damo-damo siya ng mga parties sa atong kabuhi. Alright. It is used to express a wish or regret. Right? Option A is correct since could is appropriate because the speaker does not know how to swim. Okay? While the modal could, so we have modal verbs. What are the modal verbs? Modals we have could, can, should, shall, might, ought to, what else? Would, will could also be a modal verb. So these are modal verbs. So ara siya sa mga mood of the verb kaya ginatawag siya mga modal verb. The modal could expresses a wish. Option C and D are incorrect because the modal can expresses ability. So if you are going to say, I can swim, that's, you can really swim, right? Option C is incorrect because the modal will is used to express willingness. Okay, will used to express willingness. So it is incorrect. Based on the sentence, let's go back to the sentence. I wish I knew how to swim. So hindi siya ka-swim. No? So hindi pwede na, so I can swim with you. Kaya hindi siya kabalo mo swim. Nag-wish lang siya. So I will go swimming with you. Think of this one. So I will go swimming with you. This has also the ability to swim. So I can go with you. Has also the ability to swim. But if you're going to say this one, so I can go scuba diving with you. This is the correct because of the word could. Okay. Let's move on with number 7. Which of the following is not correct? So let's analyze this one. Okay, not correct. Amo maging nga kabudlay pang tao sa mga hindi correct. So what's the answer? Yeah, very good. Ito pa namin sa inyo, ba namin dito mo mag-answer dahil no correct ang answer. Alright. So the answer is, of course, letter D. There are 8 puppies and 1/4 of the puppies is to be given away. So that's correct. Nga ang correct, sir, correct man ang 20 is the total number of guests invited. All 20 are coming. The correct man siya, sir. The athletes gymnastics amazes us. Gymnastics is highly skilled sports. Though, sorry. Correct na siya, correct. Hindi siya hindi correct. Hambaga, your jewelry looks beautiful. Those pieces of jewelry look good. Nga ang nasalaan ni siya. Okay, there are 8 puppies and 1/4 of the puppies is to be given away. It's because of the 1/4 of the puppies is to be given away. Look at this explanation. Read the explanation there. Option A is correctly constructed. It follows the rule that for numbers other than 1 is used as the subject and the number is treated as numeral, the verb must be in a singular. Okay? If the number indicates amount, the verb must be in plural. So our verb here in letter A is 20. Kung 20 lang gani, 20 maski 50 pa na siya. If it is treated as numeral, it is singular. Okay, 50, 100, 1,000 is, 20,000 is, 1 million is. But if it is treated like this, all 20, if it is treated like, not numbers, but treated as the number of the people, all 20, that means the 20 guests, that should be plural. What about this one? The athletes gymnastics. Gymnastics is the subject here. Our verb should be amazes because this is the simple present form of the verb and singular form of the verb. We have to remind ourselves that the singular verb, actually it's not singular, it's the S form of the verb, but other teacher would say this as singular form of the verb, but it's the S form of the verb. So what are the S form of the verb? Ang mga verb na may mga S. The S form of the verb should take singular subject. Baliktad na sila. Kaya ang aton nga, if it is a noun, kung ang noun may S, plural ang iyang verb. Like, you know, book looks. That's how amazing. Sorry. Buta yung lugay na wala nakasulat sa po ano. Okay. Sorry, it's books. And so this is plural and this is the base form of the verb. But other teachers would have to say this one, plural form of the verb. But this is the base form of the verb. Base form. This is the S form of the verb. This is singular and this is the S form of the verb. So that's correct. Gymnastics, although it ends with letter S, okay, but it is gymnastics. Parehas lang siya sa mathematics, physics, missiles, moms, amo lang na sila. Alright? So gymnastics is highly skilled sports. Your jewelry looks beautiful. So jewelry is singular. Pieces of jewelry is plural. Okay? Saan ko siya maging plural ang jewelry? Kung habalin nga pieces of jewelry. Other teachers, other students, mga Pinoy, although may ara nakita tawag nga na ginatawag nga Philippine English, accepted na siya sa circle of English language, but in terms of the standard of the English, we need to follow what is being taught in the grammar book, what is used by the American people. That's our standard, ang American, because we were once colonized by the American people. So our English is really a pattern before the American people, American language. So hindi kita pwedeng magamit sa British English because lain ang aton nga what's this? Aton nga ginasundan. Present, may usual ko nga nakita ng mga program. Although chapter sa program. Ako hindi na siya, pwede man lang ako na siya. This is British, although correct na siya, but we need to have consistency in the use of English language. If it is English language, then we will have to use the program. If the British ka there all the time and you're teaching your students British English, then you're going to do this one. Sawa na siya. Alright, so let's go back with this one. Saan ang plural ang jewelry? If it is, may ara siya pieces of jewelry. Humble mo, sir, nga may ara jewelries. Paano na, sir, paano, di ba, usually, what's the plural form of jewelry? Jewelries. Okay. Hindi na siya plural form. But jewelries means different jewelry. Okay, daw katumpok pala, may mga jewelry din nga, may singsing, may aritos, may necklace, may anklets. That's jewelries. Pero kung singsing lang na siya tanan, pieces of jewelry. Okay? Sama na siya. Paras po sa paras na siya sa grasses. Paras na siya sa fish. Grade 1. What's the plural form of fish? Fishes. Fishes in the ocean. Pero hindi ka rin siya plural form sa fish. Because the plural form of fish is school of fish. Same man natin kung fish siya, sa kabilog na danggit lang sa tanan. So kung danggit, school of fish. Pero naaganin siya yung mga bangos, na siya yung mga isda sa bato, isda sa mala, isda sa duta. Paano siya? Pwede na siya matawag na fishes. Okay? Right. So that's it. Now, what makes it wrong? Anong na wrong ang atong letter D? Okay, because of 1/4 of the piece. Now look at this one. Let's proceed with letter D. Letter D is incorrectly constructed because fractions and percentages are treated as plural when used for a group of count nouns. Okay, and singular for a single object and for mass nouns. Okay. Now, puppies here, puppies is count nouns. Remember, fractions and percentages, if it follows with count nouns, it will be singular. But if it is followed with mass noun, it is plural. Okay, example, 1/4 of sugar. So 1/4 or 1 of sugar. So ano ang verb? Plural, singular. This is sugar, it's mass noun. This is plural siya. But if it is count noun like puppies, singular. Okay? So that's it. It's the same with percentages. Amo lang mabundayan natin because of ginatawag ko siya nga of phrase. Of phrase. The of phrase. Okay, next. Number 8. The primary stress of the word information lamentation, and integration is found in the blank syllable. Okay, so this talks about the stress of the word. Stress, din ang stress. So where can we found the stress of the word lamentation in the information and integration? It is in the third syllable. What's the clue? All words that ends with shen, and this one, the stress should be before the last syllable. Diri siya. Dira siya. Dira siya. Amo to si Miriam sa una, Miriam Defensor, mag-pronounce na siya, habang siya, information, tapos lamentation, because the stress are integration. Ara idara ang iya nga stress. All words that ends with T-I-O-N. Okay? The stress should be before the T-I-O-N syllable. So look at this one. Option C is the correct answer. Generally, in words ending with shin, the primary stress is found before the suffix. Let's move on with number 9. Which of the following does not end in "es"? Okay, this is "es". Okay, you have churches, bushes, or judges and leaves. Okay, so the answer is letter D. Okay, letter D. This one is "es". Church, churches, bushes. Okay, judges is. But this one is leaves. Leaves. You cannot say leaves. Leaves. Okay. Leaves. Right. So think of this one. Letter B, and letter C end in "es", which occurs after sibilants or S-like sound, such as z. These are all sound. This one is ch. This one is sh. This one is ch. Familiar with this? Some speech ninyo, nadumduman ninyo yung speech teacher. Yeah. This is sound of letter S. Doon kami sound ang letter S, ha? Kasi may iba ng mga teachers na gina-emphasize din na kanami pamatian. May iba ng mga teachers na nauuwihan sa mahambal dito, puro na lang ng letter Z ang iyang ang ginapanghambal. Correct na siya. Okay, like, saan o ang letter S, saan o mag-z ang letter S? Okay? If this is followed with the stops consonant. Okay, like letter T, letter P, letter K, and letter F. Okay? Like pots, like ticks, like taps. So hindi budayan na mo ba mapag-taps. Hindi gina siya. The advice of the teacher or the advice of the speaker is that reduce all the S sound to Z sound. Because ang imo na nga mouth ang mag-adjust. Kaya dayan ang imong mouth kung i-produce mo ni siya letters. The rest are the voice consonants. What are the voice consonants? Letter B, letter G, letter N, letter M, all the voice consonants. Are you familiar with voice consonants? And voice consonant, if you are going to produce the sound, vibrate ang imo diri like tanan ng mga nabiling na consonant, maliban na lang sini kag sini, ginatawag na sila voice consonants. Gatingog ang inyo diri. Pero ang dili kung ginatawag sa voiceless consonant. Nga voiceless consonant. Because if you are going to produce the sound of letter T, wala gid ka, what it, wala gid. Wala gid. The okay. If this will be followed with S, my S na siya, S, Z ang pronunciation. Okay, example, you have dads. Di ba? Mas nami ang baba mo diretso na siya. Wala mo siya ginpugo, wala siya nimo gipugos. Dads. Okay? Ano pa gid? This one. Sample for this. That. Tabs. Okay. So this one. Pens. Okay. So practice reading all letter S as Z sound. So what I have said, ang mouth mo na siya mag-adjust na i-produce din niya sa letter S basta mag-amo na kayo magbudayan din na ang imong mouth kung i-produce niya letter Z ang mag-follow sa mga voiceless consonants. Okay? And it's not okay. That's the correct way of producing the sound. Okay? So that's it. So another one, aside from this sound, letter S also can be Z if it follows with this sound. We're talking of sound. This one is the IPA. If you're familiar with IPA, What is IPA? International Phonetic Alphabet. Okay, it's different from our alphabet. The International Phonetic Alphabet is the alphabet of sound. Tanan mga sound. So these are examples of sound. So the letter T plus this one is, the sound for this is ch. This one, the sound for this is sh. Okay. This one, the sound for this is sh. Sh. Let's proceed. Number 10. Number 10, Roger and Paul keep quarreling because neither wants to admit blank is wrong. Neither want to admit or wants to admit blank is wrong. So the answer is naangahi, because of the word. It could be neither. Yeah, neither. Sorry. It's neither. Neither wants to admit. So neither, if we are going to use this one, this is singular because it refers to either Roger or Paul. And if you're very critical with the structure of the grammar, you have to think of this word once. Once is S form of the verb and it takes singular form of noun. So therefore, I have to have singular form of pronoun here. So because Roger is a man, Paul is a man, I have to use he. Okay? So that's it. And nga hindi pwede him. This one. Because nga hindi pwede him. Because him is objective case of a noun. Objective case. Ano naman ang objective case? Objective case always used as the object of the verb or object of the preposition. Example, object of the preposition. Object of the verb. Like to him, with him. Okay, this is an example of preposition, and this is the object of the preposition. Okay, what about object of the verb? I'm sorry, verb. Like, I gave him a ring. So this is the verb, and this is the object of the verb. Okay. I gave him a ring. I sent her a flower. Her is an object of the verb sent. Right, so let's move on to the next item. Number 11. Which of the following is a comma splice? Comma splice. If it is a comma splice, it's hindi pwede kamaan, pero di na kamahan. That's a comma splice. Ang opposite naman niya is run-on sentence. Ano naman ang run-on sentence? Inang dapat kamahan tani, pero wala din kamahan, di pa diretso-diretso. So that's run-on sentence. Okay? So the answer is letter D. Okay, you have here, Professor Sam gave pointers to his students for the test. Several of them went to the library afterwards to study. It is a comma splice because the comma or the comma is placed incorrectly. So though if you're going to read this one, it's not really correct. Like Professor Sam gave pointers to his students for the tests. Several of them went to the library afterwards to study. So it's really wrong. Okay. So it looks gloomy today. That's correct. You have here, what's this? Semicolon before the word therefore. Therefore, comma, the picnic might be canceled. Letter C, she walked in the room. Semicolon, where is that? She walked in the room. Semicolon, she sat in the corner. What's the use of the semicolon here? You are going to use semicolon in the absence of a conjunction. Kung wala conjunction, you can use semicolon. That's the use of semicolon. Kaya kung may anak na siya conjunction, wala siya semicolon. Like she walked in the room and she sat in the corner. So may and, so wala siya semicolon. Kaya wala man and, wala man conjunction, may kita semicolon. And Jarrell wanted a new mountain bike, comma, and he liked the hills and the dirt. Okay, that's correct. Letter B is really wrong. Okay? Option B is the correct answer since the structure makes use of a comma to separate the ideas. Option A, C, and D are incorrect. They are compound sentences. Okay, so comma splice. Again, comma splice is you are placing a comma within the sentence na hindi dapat butangan sa comma. And it separates two related ideas. Okay, that's a comma splice. Okay? Again, ang isa naman sini is, ang ginatawag natin run-on sentences or run-on sentence. The run-on sentence, examples ng run-on, I'll take this out, paon ko ng comma. Yeah, paon ko ng comma. Run-on na lang siya. Paon ko din siya, magiging run-on na lang siya. So, opposite na sa duwa. Let's proceed. So look at this one. Comma splice is committed when the writer uses a comma without the proper connective. The crowd cheered loudly when the band emerged from the backstage. Eric stood quietly. So look at this one. This is an example of a comma splice. Okay. Another explanation for that is there's no connective here. You're putting a comma without other connectives here. Okay? So dapat may ara ka connective. So the crowd cheered loudly when the band emerged from the backstage. And Eric stood quietly, comma, and Eric stood quietly. Number 12. Yan, this is what I've said earlier, that the opposite of splice or comma splice is run-on sentence. You have here, Mary takes the train to school. Alice rides the bus. Catherine loved traveling in Italy, but she felt Rome was too hot. Because I love to write poems, I would write one every day if I had the time. The results of the study are inconclusive. Therefore, more research needs to be done on the topic. Now, the correct answer here is letter A. Okay. Nagiging run-on siya. Run-on siya. Because, look at this one. This sentence is a compound sentence. You have first sentence, Mary takes the train to school. Alice rides the bus. So dapat may ara siya diri semicolon or a comma. Okay, and Alice or while Alice rides the bus. This one is correct. This one and this one. These are correct sentence. Okay, think of this. Kung run-on, if it is a run-on sentence, if it is a comma splice sentence, that is not correct sentence. Wrong na siya. Ang mga run-on sentences, ang mga comma splice sentences, wrong na siya. So this is the explanation. Option A is the correct answer. The run-on sentence is two complete thoughts that run together with no adequate sign given to mark the break between them. Diretso. Option B and D are incorrect. They indicate compound sentences. Option C is incorrect. It indicates a complex sentence. Ang incorrect dito is not a run-on sentence. Meaning correct siya nga sentence but not run-on sentence. Masibala ang pamatyagan yung, incorrect man to. Incorrect. Incorrect siya based on the question. But basically, this is a correct sentence. This is a correct sentence, and this is the correct sentence, and this is the wrong one, which belongs to a run-on sentence. Run-on has two complete thoughts that are run together with no adequate sign. Nabasa ko na. Tapos na. Okay, three ways to correct. These are the three ways to correct run-on sentences. First one is place a semicolon in between the two sentences. No, habal po kagina nga, butangan lang natin semicolon to compound sentence or sentences. Like, Jim's father passed the board exam for merchant marine officers. And then, semicolon, he will be the captain of the ship next month. So, semicolon, in the absence of a conjunction. These are two sentences, compound sentence. Pwede na siya, mawala na siya, it's a comma, and he will be the captain of the next month para maging correct siya na sentence. Number two, pwede kita na mag-add a transitional marker, a subordinating conjunction, or a coordinating conjunction. It depends upon the nature of the sentence between the two sentences. So like this one, this is what I've said. Jim's father passed the board exam for merchant marine officers, comma, and, so we have the comma and we have the end, and he will be the captain of the ship next month. So, do kabilo. Two compound sentences, pwede din mo butangan sa semicolon, or pwede din mo butangan sa comma plus the coordinating conjunction. Coordinating or subordinating conjunction. But this one, it's coordinating conjunction. Or another one, divide the sentence into two. Okay, paano? More mo siya ng simple sentence, hindi mo siya sumpunan. Like, Jim's father passed the board exam for merchant marine officers, prayer. And then, he will be the captain of the ship next month, prayer. So, two sentences. So, again, how are you going to correct run-on sentences? First is, place a semicolon. Okay, in between two compound sentences. Second, place a comma plus coordinating conjunction, coordinating or subordinating conjunction. Ano na coordinating conjunction, sir? Ano na subordinating conjunction? Ang mga coordinating conjunction, if you have two the same type of sentences, do kabilog ba, parallel sila, you may use and you may use but, you may use or, and yet. These are examples of coordinating conjunctions. Subordinating conjunctions, among subordinating conjunction, mga while, therefore, because, there are a lot of coordinating conjunctions. Later on, we'll discuss that one on the conjunction part of our discussions. So number 13. All of the following are fragments, exact. So we're done with comma splice, we're done with comma splice, we're done with run-on sentences, and then now let's have fragments. Fragments also are errors in English structure. Okay, again, a comma splice, error in the structure. Run-on, this is also an error in the structure. Fragments are also error in the structure. So what's the answer here? The answer is the engineers will get the bonus after they finish the project. So it's fragments. So what is a fragment? So let's discuss this one. Letter C is the correct answer since it is a complex sentence. Okay. Letter A is incorrect. It is a fragment, a participial phrase. So look at this one. Worrying that she would be robbed. Nakita niyo, parang sentence siya po, no? Worrying that she would be robbed. To explain why that incident happened. The hawk sailing by at 200 feet, a screaming snake in its talon. Parang sentence siya. So ano bali ang fragments? What are fragments? Fragments are phrases. I have to say this one. These are phrases that looks like a sentence because it ends with a period and it starts with a capital letter. Look at this one, number 1. Hambal man lang sa amon na teacher, if it is a sentence, it should start with a capital letter and it ends with a period. So I have here a capital letter and I have here a period. How about the thoughts? Remember, sentence should have complete thought. Is it complete? Worrying that she would be robbed. Ano dayon? Okay? Ano dayon? Worrying that she would be robbed. Dapat, ano ang thought? How about this one? To explain why that incident happened. Ano dayon? Okay, it's not complete. That's what we call fragment. Fragment. Ano ng fragment? Ano lang fragmented ng kung sa mga baso pa, nagkalabuka-buka, dili siya kumpleto nga baso, nga man, bildo lang siya kay nagbuka ra siya. Now let's have here an explanation. Now, common sentence errors, we have here fragments. Sentence fragment fails to be a sentence in the sense that it cannot stand by itself. And it does not contain even more independent clauses or clause. It cannot stand. Okay? Hindi siya, parang mga dependent clause lang siya. Hindi siya independent, mga dependent clause lang siya. So it may locate something in time and place with a prepositional phrase or a series of such phrases, but it's still lacking a proper subject verb or subject verb relationship within an independent clause. So example here. You have here, in Japan, during the last war and just before the amnesties, wala natabo. Kulang siya. Okay? So parang sentence siya, pero it's not a complete sentence, it's not a complete thought. You have to be particular with this. It describes something, but there is no subject-verb relationship. Wala niya po siya subject-verb relationship. Working far into the night in an effort to salvage her little boat. Okay, you have here working, you have here to salvage, but what's the subject? Sino go work far into the night in an effort to salvage her little boat? Wala. Siguro pumunta natin din Jean or Jenny was working far into the night in an effort to salvage her little boat. Maging complete na siya. So wala siya, hindi siya complete. Now, another way to correct that one. It may have the most of the makings of the sentence, but still be missing an important part of the verb stream. Parang ara siya tanan, pero may ara pa ulang na verb. Some of the students working in Professor Espinosa's laboratory last summer. Oh, may ara, sir, we have the subject. Some of the students. And we have the verb, working. Now, anong kulang? Ang verb stream, may kulang. Anong kulang sini? May anong kulang? Anong verb na yun ang kulang? Gamay nga verb. Ha? Sige. Pero may aral mo ta last summer. Pero students man, last summer, we're working in Professor Espinosa's laboratory last summer. Diba? But if you are going to look at this one, parang niya ba paglantaw? Wala naman siya, sir. Ito naman siya. Naharap ako magsulat. Pero ay, may kulang do, may kulang dahil, may gamay, may kulang, parang imong tao. So that's it. So you have to be particular. That's the reason why we need to be critical in terms of the language. Ang nakapunta sa language, you need to be critically aware of the structure of the language. May na kulang sa language. Guba ang imong language. Ang manang hambal sa akong sister-in-law, hambal siya nga lawyer ka. Ako gahambal, nga lawyer ka. Ako ga-teacher ko kayo to help those who are in need. Pero yun ang mga lawyer, mga pagputo na, mga pagtigay, mga pagputon kaayo. Mga ipapriso ng mga kuha ni taon ka ng mga wala saya. Hambal niya sa akin. Doon, siguro naman may doon. Kabalo nga, kami ang pinaka-anas ng mga tao sa kalibutan. Tuon. Tanan na mo nga ginasulti, gasubay o balaod. Natabo lang mga priso ang mga tao, mawalay sala, tungod kay masayop sila pag-istorya. Pag-analyze na sila ng istorya, masayop. Parehas gabi nakakita ko kuan ba? I don't know kung nakita niyo yung headline. Ang headline is Mo Twister Mo Twisters. Sino kinasawa ni Mo Twister? Sus, gawin mo. Wala na ABS-CBN, wala na mula sa TV. Lasada na lang yung mula sa TV. Siya. Angels, sino yung asawa? Angel Stop? Parang ano siya. Mo Twister, ang headline is Mo Twister, Angel Stop's dog found stolen, was a fountain. Tani lang kung sakto ako pa. Sige, dali lang natin. Isulat ko ito para makita ninyo nga ang kuwan siya, kanang headline siya ni I hear. So it's, you have to erase this one. This is still part of the language. Okay? Ang mga salak-salak na mga kuwan lang. Headline siya sa ano nga paper. Entertainment inquiry. Inquiry siya. Inquiry. Ano na masala? Okay. Mo Twister, it's like this one. Of 10 minutes. Okay, wala man ang period ng kuwan, wala man ang period ng mga headlines. Okay, this is the headline of one of the entertainment in the Daily Inquirer, national news. Mo Twister, Angelicopter's pet dog of 10 years stolen, found dead. Anong pasabot, anong interpretation niyo sina? Ang ito. Ansa? Sige, Bea, ansa inyo pa? Mo Twister.
After 10 years na pagka ang natula ang ito ng patay.
After 10 years na, nagula ako doon, patay pa siya. Ansa, sige, Bea, ano pa yun? Ano ma'am? Ang indo, ikawat, nakita. Ang 10 years na indo, 10 years na indo, ikawat na patay. Yes, ma'am. 13 years na dula, ipatay pag yun. Masabi, yes, ano pag yun? No, wala pa dyan ako. Ikaw ang indo, nakita, ipatay pag yun. Ano pa? Sige, let's start with this one. Let's start. Before analyzing this, let's start with this one. The robber left the house with one. Para makuha ninyo. O makuha nyo ni, may idea na dahil pa mo. The robber left the house with 1 million. Ano pa itindin mo? That's the one. Ano pa yun? That's the first interpretation. What's the other one? Amo to yung habang niya. Ano pa yun? Ay, left. Yeah, sakto na siya left the house. Ano pa yun? Ha? Ito ano no? Ang kawatan, nagbilin og 1 million sa balay. Diba? Pwede? The robber left the house with 1 million. Duha ka bilog. Pwede niya nga, ang kawatan, nagdala og pagwa niya sa balay, dala siya 1 million. Ang usaman is, pagwa niya sa balay, hindi na niya 1 million. Hindi as kawatan rin. Lakat sa balay, hindi, mangawak. This one, it's like this, it's the same with this thought. How about this one? Age ito natin. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Ano pa din? Wala na si actually, the interpretation here is si Mo Twister ang ito ni Angel Stock na napatay, naging ang napatay. Mo Twister, Angel Stock's pet dog of 10 years stolen, found dead. Diba? Si Angel Stocker, ano siya? Asawa niya siya ni Mo Twister. So ang natapos din si Mo Twister ang ito ni Angel Stocker nga nakawat for 10 years na nakawat for 10 years. Nga karon niya nakita na patay na. Si Mo Twister ang dog na napatay. That's the Okay, how about this one? This one. It is a very simple example. How about this one? What's the two interpretation for that? Lagas niyang ilaga na may kalo. That's correct. Yes, that's correct. Ano pa yan? Ilaga sa kuring ang ilaga na may kalo. Ano sa pagit? Yes, pwede ang kuring may kalo. Pero sa kalo, mo yung ginatakop sa ilaga. That's the language. Ano ng language? If you're not so critical with the language, tendency is you might think it that it's correct, but it's not. And that, ang itong habal ko sa ito gina. Maunang, mapreso kuno ang mga mapreso ang mga ubring kamuting kahoy kay sala ilang nila panghambal, sayop pag ilang panghambal. Ano kung sayop kung inyo mo ko ng sala, anong sayop nila panghambal? Ano naman, yung magpagisgal, kasi may magpuro-puro. Ngayon nga, maski wala sa kapatay, hindi na sa ulo. Ay, pangisgal ni. Pero kung niya itong hinahinay istorya unta, tani unta, masalvage ang victim. Masave ang victim. Namo na siya. Pero sa kaya basic sila sang law. Okay. Nagreklamo na ang kasi bulok. So let's move on with another one is it may be even a subject verb relationship, but it has been subordinated to another idea by a dependent word and so can stand by itself. This is another fragment. Okay? Even though he had the better arguments and was by far the more powerful speaker, now look at this one. If we are going to start here, it is a sentence. He had the better arguments and was by far the more powerful speaker. That is a sentence. But because of the subordinating conjunction, we have here subordinating conjunction. Even though. So if it is subordinating conjunction, mahimo siya, ang isa ka sentence, mahimo na siya nga dependent clause. And if it is dependent clause, it cannot stand alone and it becomes a fragment. So paghambal, even though he had the better arguments and was by far the more powerful speaker, dapat may kama, may support pa lang siya dapat to complete the idea of the sentence. Okay, let's proceed. Now, what are examples of dependent verbs? Amo ni siyang ginatawag ng subordinating conjunctions. These are the subordinating conjunctions. That if you are going to start your sentence with this, kung inyong mga sentences may mga amo ni, that becomes a fragment and it becomes a dependent clause. If it is dependent clause, ano na siya tawag sila? A clause that cannot stand alone. So after, if, even if, when, whenever, even though, although, though, in order that, where, wherever, until, as, since, whether, who, whose, because, that, so, that, which, whichever, how, before, unless, while, what, or whatever. So these are the words or subordinating conjunctions that signal dependent clause. So dependent clause ang imong mga sentences kung may mga. All right. Number 14. Which of the following sentences makes use of the underlined words correctly? Nablang correctly siya. Is this one? The one? Or, okay, may mga answer na mga madala. So let's proceed with the correct answer. So the answer here is letter D. So the word capital is correct. Okay? We have here, they need to raise additional capital for their new business venture. The capital here refers to money. Okay, now look at number 1. Sala ang number 1, whose eyeglasses are these. Anong sala? Okay, because the whose here is a contraction of who and is. Who is. So kung supuno na siya, who is eyeglasses are these. Sala siya. So dapat, anong dapat din? Okay. It's the possessive form of who. So we have here whose. Whose eyeglasses are these? What about this one? Linda complimented her sister on her choice of colors. What's wrong with the word compliment? This one, compliment, hindi na compliment niya is magkatugma, that's compliment. Okay. But ang ginamit din ni Linda is praising. Nalang, you're so beautiful. Oh, thanks. That's a very good compliment. So ano ang sala? Ang spelling. Okay, dapat I am very. Okay. Another one, milk and coffee complement each other. So complement, actually siya nga complement. Milk and coffee. Si Dudong kag si Inday, na-complement din silang duha. Meaning, kasaho, what is sila duha, kanang bagay din sila duha, amo na siya ang word na complement. Pero kung gindalig ni mo, in-praise ni mo ang isa katao, it's the other complement, L-I. What about letter C? The traffic enforcer cited section 21 of the Motor Vehicle Code. This is code, period. Okay, what's wrong with the word cited? Okay, it should be letter C. C na cited. This one, the site, place na siya. It's a place. All right. Number 15, which would be the appropriate subordinator to be used to complete this sentence? Okay. We have here, she wanted to go to the mall, blank, her husband refused. Okay. So the answer is, but her husband refused. Okay, let's talk about paano sila gamiton. A is correct answer, but indicates contrasts. Okay, remember the sentence here is she wanted to go to the mall, but her husband refused. So contrasting ang dua ka ideas. Yeah, gusto siya kando pero okay, contrasting siya. What about letter B, 4. 4 indicates reason or cause. Binabalang, 4. It's the other term for because. That's other term for because. He loves him. I'm fond of love. I went to Manila for I have a business appointment. Okay, I went to Manila because I have a business appointment. Pwede ko siya, I went to Manila for I have a business appointment. So ang meaning ng for is because. Another one, option C is or. Or indicates option. Okay, banana or apple. Next, letter T. So indicates consequence or result. Okay, consequence or result. This is what he did, so this will happen. So that's the use of for, or, and so. Number 16. Which of the following will best complete the basic sentence? It was a hot day. Okay. It was a hot day. The answer is nevertheless, the laborers worked on the project all day. Okay. Nevertheless, the laborers worked on the project all day. So therefore, the laborers worked on the project all day, because therefore shows conclusion. Okay. Furthermore, shows it shows going on. I mean, it's moreover. So it was a hot day. Moreover, or furthermore, the laborers worked on the project all day. And it was a hot day. In fact, the laborers worked on the project all day. It should not be like this also, because in fact states the truth. So our explanation here is, letter C is correct answer. The connector indicates contrasts. While option A is incorrect, the connector indicates conclusion. Option B and D are incorrect. The connection or connectors indicate addition. Okay, so our answer basically is nevertheless. This shows contrast. So it was a hot day. Nevertheless, the laborers worked on the project all day. Let's move on to number 17. Which of the following sentences contains misplaced modifier? Oh, pares lagi, kato kanina bala, nga, ang modifier na butang sa layo, amo na siyang ginatawag na misplaced modifier. May modifier siya pero nabutang sa layo, that's misplaced modifier. Here. Literally, the students torn book lay on the desks. We will not sell paraffin in glass bottles anymore. Next, let's see. We ate the lunch that we had brought slowly. Okay, and the letter T, on this way home, Jerry found the man's gold watch. So, misplaced modifier, Indra ang may misplaced modifier, it's letter C. Ano ang atong na modifier? Slowly. Ano ang slowly dapat? Ang pagbakal or ang pagkaon? Ang pagkaon. Okay. So we ate slowly, or we slowly ate the lunch that we had brought. Kaya kung maghambal kanina, we ate the lunch that we have brought slowly. Para hinahinay mong pagbakal. Itaon mo ang imong lunch na hinahinay mong pagbakal, which is wrong. Okay? And this is correct, and this is correct. Okay? So, let's move on to so that's it. The turn modifies book. What kind of book? It's a turn book. Okay? Torn book. And then, in glass bottles, modifies paraffin. And then gold modifies watch. Let's talk about misplaced modifier. So this is the misplaced modifier. Descriptive phrases far away from the words they modify, making our sentences unclear or inaccurate. Like, I was told that I had been awarded the scholarship by my professor. Okay, look at this one. Another sentence. Give me two meanings for this. Give me two interpretations for this. Parang dali. Amo ni siya, ang misplaced modifier ni siya. Naging modifier siya ni Mo Twister. Okay? So, anong duha ka meanings ini? There are two interpretations for this. I was told that I had been awarded the scholarship by my professor. Pares dali sa gihimo nato ba, the cat chased the rat with the hat. May kalo ang ilaga or ang puring may kalo. Dili, ano na ang natin? Siya. Okay, so idan siya sa iyang professor and may award siya. Sunod, anong isa? Ha? Gin-awardan siya sa iyang professor. Okay, sama na siya. I was told that I had been awarded the scholarship by my professor. Meaning, si professor ang na-award siya. Pwede man na si professor ang kasugid sa iya. So but basically, it should be the professor had told him na may ara siya award na scholarship. Okay, layo lang si by my professor. Okay, so nagiging misplaced modifier siya. So, I was told by my professor that I had been awarded the scholarship, to make it clear. Okay, sir, correct man siya po, sir. Si professor ang si professor ang award niya. Yes, correct, pero misplaced kaya po siya kay dua ka meaning. Dapat isa lang dito meaning nga maski tutuwa siya isa lang gid. Kung ibutang natin siya dili, I was told by my professor that I had been awarded the scholarship. Yeah, scholarship period. Isa lang gid ang meaning. Yeah, isa lang gid ka meaning. Wala na gid sa may lain. Alright? So, does by my professor did the telling of the awardee? That's the question. Siya ba ang nasugid ng award or I was told by my professor? So this is the correct one. I was told by my professor that I had been awarded the scholarship. And so pinanglanan din nga. So this one, what about this one? No, what about this one? Let's change this one. So dapat dapat, it should be emphasized that Moon Twister, the husband of Angel Sculptors, had a pet dog of 10 years stolen and found dead. Para ang dog yun, kilala niyo si Moon Twister? DJ siya, namin siya maghambal, tapos basta, gamit na siya. Tapos mga idol to kung sa mga, may edad niyo ba niya? 16? Hindi na niyo pa idol na si Moon Twister. Pero bata pa siya. 16. Kilala mo si Moon Twister, ma'am? DJ na siya. Ex na siya. Just mo sumaritis tayo. May scandal ba yun? Laki na lang inuwi. Basta, actually, I don't know of the scandal, but I know of, parang siya na-host sa mga sex bomb dancers na mga Marites Escalante. Escalante ka? Dapat Marites din. Alright, number 18. All of the following contain dangling modifier. Okay, dangling modifier. Okay, ang dangling modifier is may ara siya modifier pero wala siya word na gina-modify. Okay, may ara siya modifier pero wala siya word na modifier. Ang unang ginatawag siya dangling modifier. To please the spectators, some fireworks were set off a day early. So what is our modifier here? The modifier here is to please the spectators. This is our modifier. Sino ang nag-please some spectators? Wala. Because ang sunod ay is some fireworks were set off day early. So meaning, see, to please the spectators modifies some fireworks which should not be. Because fireworks do not please. Okay? Dapat, to please the spectators, I watch some fireworks set off a day early. Okay? It should be like that. Then, running for the bus, Belinda's bags fell in the mud. Parang running for the bus. Sino ang run for the bus? May bus na lang. Sino? Parang si Belinda, pero hindi. Because it's Belinda's bag. Ang bag ni Belinda, hindi si Belinda yan. Ang iniingi ba, Belinda's bag. Hindi si Belinda. This is not Belinda. This is not Belinda. But this is the bag of Belinda. So meaning, when you run for the bus, ang bag ni Belinda. Okay? Okay, next. What's our answer here? It's there D. So, hoping to excuse my absence. Yeah, hoping to excuse my absence. The note was written and given to my teacher. This one, hoping to excuse my absence, is also dangling modifier. Wala tasang word being modified here. Okay, hoping to excuse my absence, the note. It's not the note that is hoping to excuse my absence, but it's I. Okay. Now this is correct. After reading the new book, Amanda thought the movie based on it was sure to be exciting. Parang nagsalak siya din the movie. Amanda thought the movie based on salak siya din. Salak siya pagkatay. Amanda thought the movie was sure to be exciting. Okay. But basically, after reading the new book, Amanda, so sino read sa new book? It's Amanda. So Amanda is the word being modified by this one. So it's no longer dangling modifier. So dangling modifier, may siya modifier, but wala sa word na ginamodify. So that's it. Dangling modifier, descriptive phrases that point to or modify words that are not clearly stated in your sentences, making your sentences illogical. So example for this is, walking to college on sub-zero morning, my left ear became frozen. Ang pamangkot, sino ang walked to college on a sub-zero morning? Ang imo nga, walang madalunggan ang balakang. So dapat hindi, salak siya. Dapat may ara siya, subject dili, nga ginahambal di kung sino ang walked. Okay? So walking to college on a sub-zero morning, I froze my left ear. So muna siya correct. So sino balakang? Ako. Or when I was walking to college on a sub-zero morning, my left ear became frozen. So that's something about it. So another one is examples of dangling and misplaced modifiers we have here. On July 20, 1969, American astronauts Neil Armstrong and Adrian Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon, watched by nearly a fifth of the world's population. Okay. What is the dangling modifier here? It is watched by nearly a fifth of the world's population. Pamangkot, ano ang gintanaw sa nearly a fifth of the world's population? Ano ang ginatanaw nila? Ang supposedly, that's amo na tani, ang amo ning pagland sa moon. But dili, ang moon lang ang ilang ginatanaw. Dapat ang ilang natanaw din si Neil Armstrong pagland niya on the moon. Okay? So, watched by nearly a fifth of the world's population. So, ginatanaw, amo na lidayan. Watched by nearly a fifth of the world's population, American astronauts Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon on July 20, 1969. So sila ang ginatanaw sa mga tao. Okay? After seeing the benefits of reduced employees turnover, the turnovers, absenteeism, and lateness, on-site daycare or daycare is being provided more frequently as a perk of working parents. So the word here is, the W modifier here is after, you have here, after, so this is the division, after seeing the benefits of reduced employee turnover, absenteeism and lateness, more and more companies are providing on-site daycare as a perk for working parents. So we have here, wala ta dili paghambal na sino ni sila ang inindang modifier? Sino ni nga after seeing the benefits of reduced employee turnover? Sino ni nga nakakita? Nakakita sa employee turnover, sa absenteeism, sa lateness. Sino ang nakakita ni? Wala. But dili, kaya na ginamodify. Sino? Ang companies. Right, so next, we have, another one is an author who did not receive much attention until after death. Readers of all ages enjoy Emily Dickinson's poetry today. Or it could also be readers of all ages enjoy Emily Dickinson's poetry today, an author who did not receive much attention until after her death. So this contains dangling modifier. So your revision will be today because it's more on the time. Today, readers of all ages enjoy the poetry of Emily Dickinson, an author who did not receive much attention until after her death. Let's move on with, those are examples of dangling modifier. Number 19 na lang tayo. Which of the following sentences has parallel structure? Parallel. Ano ganing parallel? Parehang structure, consistent. Example, your bag is more expensive than my sister. Okay? So the question is, which of the following sentences has a parallel structure? Let us see, neither you or Jack will perform the activity. Letter C, Chef Pat chopped the onion, peeled the banana, and diced the potato. Now, letter D, the lady walked down the street, stopped at the shop window, and peers at the display. So look at this one. If it is parallel, naging parallel siya. The correct answer is letter C. Naging parallel siya because we have chopped the onion, past tense, plus the object, peeled the banana, past tense, plus the object, and diced the potato. Parehas sila. Chopped the onion, peeled the banana, and diced the potato. Now look at this one. Let's start with letter D. The lady walked down the street. Walked down the street. Walked down. Stopped at the shop. Correct sila. Parallel silang dua. At the shop window. And peers at the street. So naging hindi siya parallel diri. Hindi siya parallel because present tense S form ang iyang ginagamit. Dili yan naging consistent siya. Walked, stopped, but peers. Dapat peered tanik dili para maging ano siya, maging what's this? Parallel. How about this one? Your bag is more expensive than my scissors. Okay, wala siya inang what's wrong with this one? Then my sister, it stops here. Dapat my sisters, okay, sister's bag. Para your bag, my sister's bag. Okay, or the bag of my sister. Neither you or Jack will perform the activity. So what's wrong? What is what's parallel there? It's this one. Neither nor. Either or. Sila ginamit na dua. And then either or, neither nor. Okay, so I guess this is one, faulty parallelism. Okay, so words of faulty parallelism, words in pairs or series should have parallel structure by balancing the items in a pair or series so that they have the same kind of structure. You will make the sentence clearer and easier to read, or to make the sentence clearer and easier to read. Example of non-parallel. Another example. My job includes checking the inventories, initiating the order, and to call the suppliers. Anong salat na rin? Paano correct? Correct natin. Sige. It becomes dapat, maaari na. Okay. Dapat, you have here checking the inventories, initiating the order, sala. Dapat, calling the suppliers. Ano ba? Calling the suppliers. Checking, initiating, and calling. Para parallel. Okay. Another one. The game show contestants was told to be cheerful, charming, and with enthusiasm. So, anong hindi parallel to the way of here? Cheerful, charming. This one is with enthusiasm. Naging phrase, naging prepositional phrase. Okay. So what we're going to do is turn this one into an adjective because cheerful is an adjective, charming is an adjective. So with enthusiasm, turn that into an adjective. It becomes enthusiastic. Okay. Grandmother likes to read mystery novels, to do needlepoint, and browsing the internet on her home computer. So anong hindi parallel? Browsing. Hindi siya parallel because start dili o to read, to do. Dapat to browse. To browse. Yeah, to browse. We painted the tree in the living room. The wallpaper was put up by a professional. Okay. So what is not parallel here? The two sentences, our two sentences here. We painted, and then we have here, the wallpaper was put up. Active voice, and this is passive voice. Okay. So what we are going to do is, we painted the tree in the living room. A professional put up the wallpaper. Yeah, the wallpaper. Okay. Kaya ang diliya is passive siya, ang niya is active. Dapat active voice, and it should be parallel with another active voice. Oh, may active voice, may passive voice. Sige, later on mag-discuss kita sa passive voice kag active voice. Okay, so number 20. Which of the following will make this sentence grammatically parallel? Okay, the primary goals of Olympics are. Sige. And may answer na kamo dira no, diba? So we have here building brotherhood to develop physical strength and promote fair play. Depende. Building brotherhood to develop physical strength and to promote fair play. Building brotherhood, developing physical strength and to promote fair play. Depende. Building brotherhood, developing physical strength and promoting fair play. Okay? So letter D, building, developing, promoting. That's parallel. Okay, let's start na sa wala sa answer. Okay, may answer na number 1. Wala answer na number 1. Ano niya kita? Sige. Number 1, start with number 1. Pero may answer na dito, makita niyo. Which illustrates the proper use of a semicolon. Sorry.
Wala siya number 1. Sa 1 na lang. Nag-answer mo, answer ng gabi na din. Nalimot man ko, Bin. Ang wala naka-answer, so ma-start ka mo today. So number 1 dito. Start na sa number 1. Ang naka-answer, erase na. Amog yapon natin po, let's read, let's answer, and then discuss. From time to time, let's read the items and discuss, read, and then discuss. Ang number 1 lang, sige, bonus.
Sige, bonus na lang ang number 1. Sige, discuss na lang. Number 1, letter D. Okay? Nagwa na biday ang answer sa akong na slide. Dapat wala pa answer. Alright. So, the question number 1 is, which illustrates the proper use of the semicolon? We have discussed about the proper use of the semicolon. Semicolon, paano gamitin ng semicolon? Kung wala sa conjunction. You can use semicolon in the absence of subordinating conjunctions. Tapos in compound sentence. Like this one. Although she tried, she failed. Okay? Call me on Tuesday, then you can give me an answer then. Then bring in 2 items, however, sleeping bags and tents are short supply. The tourists plan to visit 4 locations, Barcelona, London, and Dublin and Paris. So the answer is letter B. So you have call me on Tuesday, semicolon, you can give me an answer then. So that's our answer. So the explanation for this, sige, dali na yung answer yung number 2. Hindi padayon ha. Hindi pagpadayonan. Okay, now this is how we are going to use semicolon. So semicolons help you connect closely related ideas when a style mark is stronger than a comma is needed. Okay, By using semicolons effectively, you can make your writing sound more sophisticated. So you can use, for sophistication of your writing, you have to use semicolon. But as what I have said, the general rule is that semicolon is used to, is used in the absence of the conjunction. So example for this one, link two independent clauses to connect closely related ideas. Example, some people write with the word processor, comma, semicolon, others write with a pen or pencil. Okay, so this is two related ideas, closely related ideas. So parang usually di ko magsulat usually kung ako magsulat, kama lang ginagawa, period ang inyong ginagamit, kama, period, question mark. Usually ang semicolon wala ginagamit. No? But you can use that one in the absence of conjunction. Kaya pwede mo na sa may mga, some people write with the word processor and others write with a pen or pencil. Correct na sa yapon. Punta mo direct and. Pero parang nami ang imong write-ups, you can use this semicolon. Okay, another one. Links clauses connected by conjunctive adverbs or transitional phrases to connect closely related ideas. Example. But however they choose to write, people are allowed to make their own decisions. Because semicolon, as a result, many people swear by their writing methods. Okay? So these are examples of conjunctive adverbs. As a result, therefore, in conclusion, consequently, thus, hence, those are examples of conjunctive adverbs. Before that one, you have to use this. So usually, before sinabutangan nila, however, may amo ginadana din semicolon, then however, it was comma, next na clause. Okay. Link lists where the items contain commas to avoid confusion between these items. May mga phrases ka mo, may mga phrases na may mga and. Kinahanglan hindi ikama, dapat naka-semicolon. Example, there are basically two ways to write. With a pen or pencil, comma, which is inexpensive and easily accessible, comma, or by computer and printer, which is more expensive but quick and neat. So gamitan natin siya din isang colon or semicolon. Naman, because we could not use a comma here. Kaya kung magkama ka dila, parang initial, which is expensive and easily accessible, is the same with a pen or pencil. Okay? So this is separated from with a pen or pencil. Okay. Then which is, and another one, this should also be separated by or by computer and printer. Printer. Okay? Which is more expensive. That's it. Linked lengthy clauses are clauses with commas to avoid confusion between clauses. So some people write with the word processor, typewriter, or a computer, but others, for different reasons, choose to write with a pen or pencil. Yeah, that's it. So this one. But others, so you have lengthy clause or clauses with commas to avoid confusion between clauses. So what's the other clause? This is the other clause here, but others, for different reasons, choose to write with a pen or pencil. That's the clause. The other clause is some people write with the word processor, typewriter, or computer. Okay. Isa ni siya clause, kung doon na natin nila, example. Sorry. Okay. Tanawa ha. Look at this one. Some people write with the word processor, comma, typewriter, comma, or a computer. Pwede na to siya nga i-period. Diba? And then the other was, but others, for different reasons, choose to write with a pen or a pencil. Now, sir, na hindi man pwede comma na rin itang. to avoid confusion because may mga kama kita diri, may mga kama kita diri. So hindi siya makita ang two separate ideas to compound or the compound sentence. Okay? All of the following, okay, number 2. Please answer number 2. Okay na. Sige. What's your answer? All of the following illustrates the proper use of a hyphen. Example. Letter D. Hyphen. Okay. So she might come to the party. You never know. Okay. Now, how are we going to use? How are we going to use hyphen? So dapat this one. Sige, let's okay. So look at this one. So saan ang hyphen? What's the correct what's this mark here? Yes, she might come to the party. You never knew. Oh, yeah, it can be a comma or it can be a dash. Okay. So what the difference between ano diferensya sa dash kalitan sa hyphen? Ilan yung dash? Ang dash laba. Tapos ang hyphen lubok. Another one. Ang dash may space diri, may space dira. Ang hyphen wala space. Dapat supod na dira ang word. Example this one. Son-in-law wala space diri. Okay? Another one 51 wala space diri. Okay, another one 35 hour wala space diri. This should be a dash because dash would signal a definition or an explanation. Okay? It signals what kind of party. Party that you never know. So it's a dash. Another example for this is example. And so example, this is just an example, although this is a common word. This is an example. I live in a peculiar, one-of-a-kind place. So we have here a dash. This one-of-a-kind explains the word peculiar. So it's not a hyphen. It's different. Okay, so that's the dash. Or another one, it describes the word, it explains a word, or it defines the word or a concept. That's a dash. Okay, number 2, number 3, answer number 3. All right, so what's your answer? Which word in the sentence needs to be capitalized? Yes, the answer is letter? Ayan, letter C. Okay. So the waiter, the waiter said, my manager will be here shortly, but he never came. So it's a quotation, enclosing the quotation, it's a direct quotation. So direct quotation, so you have to capitalize the first letter of the first word in a direct quotation. So direct, may kita ginatawag na indirect quotation. Ano naman ang indirect quotation? Hambal lang ka lang. The waiter said that, okay, my manager, wala na siya naka-quotation. Okay, number 4. Okay. So this time it talks about the pattern of paragraph development. So pattern of paragraph development. So what's your answer? Answer? Letter C. Wait a minute. Yeah. So these are examples. These are examples of the pattern of paragraph development. Kaya bang mag-develop, if you're going to write a paragraph, you should have a pattern. Ano nga pattern akong gamitin man? Description, process, comparison and contrast, cause and effect. Okay. So what is cause and effect pattern? Okay. If you are going to explain like explaining about writing a paragraph about landslide. Okay. So there are causes. You are going to give the causes and at the same time you are going to give the effect. So ano siyang cause and effect pattern of the paragraph. How about comparison and contrasts? Like, dahil mo paragraph, dinedescribe mo si Maria kag si Angel. Mary and Angel. That's comparison and contrast. For process, it's a paragraph that tells something to do. It's a process like, paano magluto o pandesal? So pandesal first, second, that's the process paragraph. For description, it's like this. You're describing, you're telling what is mammals, what are mammals? You're telling what are mammals. So it's a description. Okay. So therefore, this is a descriptive paragraph or description. Number 5. Number 5. Right? So the question asks for the topic sentence for the paragraph. So the paragraph reads, toads and frogs have the same way to catch and eat food. Both of them use their tongue to gulp down their prey. But frog has a crest of very small cone teeth around the upper jaw edge to seize the food. But a toad doesn't have any teeth at all. They eat almost the same foods as frogs like bugs, insects, fish, etc. So what's the answer? What's the topic sentence here? It's letter A. Sentence one, toads and frogs have the same way to catch and eat food. Okay. What kind of paragraph is this? Very good. It's a comparison, comparative paragraph. Number 6. Aral na number 6. Yeah, number 6, that's what type of paragraph development was used in item 5. Anyway, nag-advance lang tayo na answer na to. It's a comparison and contrasts paragraph. I-compare and contrast ang toad at ang frog. Number 7, let's move on to number 7. Oh, mandagan na. All right, those are the answer. Okay, the answer is letter C. Use the verb imitated, not intimidated. Okay? Bali, ang thought is, ginsuon sa bata, ang ido nga mukaman, ag mag-aw-aw. That's intimidated, it's imitated, not intimidated. Number 8. Okay, so what's your answer? Letter B. Donna likes the big old red Chinese vase in the museum. So what's the order? What's the pattern? Sign. Grabe sign. See, what's the order? Ang general order again. What's the general order? Okay, amo ninyong memorize.
What's that? Rosa o you. That's the order.
Okay, so that's the order. What's letter D? This is determiner. What are examples of determiner? The, you have the, and pwede man ang mga indefinite pronouns some, few, some, few, much, other and others indefinite pronoun. Okay? Everybody is okay. Mga indefinite pronoun. Okay. What is O? O is observation. Your observation. Okay? So it's observation. What is S? Ano ba yung S? Size. Ang sunod ni S? Shape. Ang A? Age, old, young, age. Ante, that's age. Ang C, color. Ang O, ang O, origin. Okay, like French tomato, French salad, that's origin. American coffee, that's origin. M, anong M? Material. So what kind of material? Yan ang silk. This are example of material. Q, quality. Okay, now let's try. Pwede nga wala ni, basta, amo gini, may determiner, basta lang i-derive. Okay, pwede nga wala ni siya, pwede nga wala siya, basta, magsunod, magmahal din magsunod. Tara na kung kung amo pasunod. We have a big is size, hindi siya big. Sunod, old, age. Sunod, red, color. Sunod, Chinese, this is origin. Sunod, vase, ako na siya ang noun. That's the noun here. Vase, ako na siya ang, sorry, it's vase. Sorry. It's vase, sorry, vase. Vase. So this is the noun being modified by a series of adjectives of big, old, red, Chinese, vase. Wala an. Usually, ginabutan nga na itong N. Big, old, red, and Chinese, vase. Wala na siya. Okay? Right? So that's it. I guess I have here. So that's it. Number 9. Parang hindi siya, aral siya sa inyong aral siya sa inyong handouts. Aral sa inyong handouts. Okay. So the question is, which sentence in the paragraph does not support the main idea in the topic sentence? The paragraph reads, the life of a star begins somewhere in space. The universe is so vast. Astronomers claim that the star begins as a cloud of hydrogen and helium. As the cloud moves about, it collects bits of dusts and more floating gases. Then the cloud begins to warm as more dusts and gases are pulled into it. After a long period of time, as the cloud becomes denser, heat and friction cause the atoms to explode. That is how the star is born. The star will burn for about 10 billion years as it radiates heat and energy. So, question? Which sentence in the paragraph does not support the main idea in the topic sentence? Okay, sentence letter A. Sentence 2. Astronomers claim that stars begin as a cloud of hydrogen and helium. The universe is vast. So, hindi siya, wala siya support sa sentence, wala siya support sa paragraph. Kaya stars ang ginistulihan, universe ang niya naman hinahamban. Number 10. Number 10. Right? So what's the answer? Okay, it's cause and effect. Okay. So that's the answer. Number 11. Let's have number 11. All right. So answer? Sorry, the answer. I don't know. Okay. The answer is, okay, letter answers. No. 11. So the answer is letter B. Oliver jumps every New Year's season, and he believes that he will become taller. And he become taller. Nga mo na ang answer. Okay. So that's because the sentence Oliver jumps every New Year, that's the first sentence. Believing that he will become taller, that's independent clause. Okay. So if you are going to place that one at the last part, ang ating explanation is that clause should be placed near to the word being modified. So dapat mauna taning si believing. Okay? Believing that he will become taller. Okay? Now another one is, if your answer is letter D, sino nag-answer letter D? That's also correct. Because si Oliver ang believe na he will become taller. So believing that he will become taller describes Oliver. Oliver jumps every New Year season. Okay? So the answer is the fragments may be corrected by making one of the sentences a subordinating clause, just like A and D. Okay? Fragments may also be eliminated by simply making two sentences, just like C. B is not acceptable because, sorry. The answer is the error in the, yeah. Sorry, it's just letter B. Okay. The correct answer, dapat kung subunan mo silang duwa, ang letter A, letter C, and letter D, that's correct. Kung subunan mo silang duwa. Kung subunan mo silang duwa, ang sala, ang letter B. Letter B lang hindi letter B lang hindi ang hindi pwede. Okay, hindi siya pwede. Yes. Right? So letter B only. Let's move on with number 12. Which of the following will best complete the sentence below? All right, so what's your answer? Letter? Wala na yung manawag. Letter? Letter C. Okay. So it's the demonstrator were so enraged that they threw tomatoes to the effigy and burned it afterwards. Okay. So the answer is letter C, option A and B and D, present subordination. That is, the idea presented is reason. However, the sentence should present a result or idea. That is what the demonstrator did because of their anger. Okay, because of their anger, ginhaboy nila ang tomatoes to the effigy and burned it afterwards. You know what effigy is? Kanang usually ang mga naong ni Duterte, naong ni Marcos, naong ni Cory, mga naong pa sa lubos ng pagsunugod sa mga effigy. 13. So kung mag-write ka sa mag-write sa comparison and contrast na paragraph, hindi nila pwede mong magamit ng word. Ay, sorry, hindi mo pwedeng magamit. Okay, your answer is consequently. Consequently is therefore, ang conversely, opposite siya. So pwede siya contrast. Ang nevertheless, opposite siya. Pwede siya contrast. Ang similarity, comparison siya. Compare. Okay? Consequently is for cause and effect. That will be used for cause and effect. So the answer is A, consequently would be more useful in cause and effect essay or paragraph. All the other options may be used when comparing and contrasting. Number 14. All right, what is the topic sentence of the paragraph below? So what's your answer? All right, so the answer is A. Visiting a dentist can be uncomfortable experience. Now, how are you going? There are technique to see the topic sentence of the paragraph. Commonly, it is in the beginning. It is in the first sentence of a paragraph, and it is in the middle and at the end of the paragraph. In the beginning, that will serve or which serve as the introduction. At the end would serve as conclusion. And another thing is in the middle would serve as a description. So amo na din yung pangitaan para read the first sentence, read the last sentence. Ang nahon mo read the first sentence. Kung nag-connect ka ang first sentence kag ang last sentence, tapos strong ang first sentence na ang topic sentence. Kung strong ang last sentence na ang topic sentence, laka lang din ang middle sentence. Pero kung hindi gani connected si first sentence kag si last sentence, look at the middle of the paragraph. Okay? Next, number 15. Alright, so all the following are fragments. Exam. Ano tawag ng fragments? What is a fragment? Incomplete sentence. Parang sentence siya, but it's incomplete. Starts with a capital letter, it ends with a period. So what's your answer? Letter C. Okay, letter C. Look at this one. Ang number one, dozens of young artists gathered for the concert. Okay, and then wala. Okay. So this is fragment. Letter B, sipped at the steaming cup of coffee. Wala siya yung subject. Sino ang gasip sa steaming cup of coffee? So it is fragment. Letter D, a collection of quotations from famous contemporary politicians. Wala siya yung verb. Wala siya yung verb. A collection of, parang phrase na siya. But dili, sentence na siya, the young boy impressed at the sight of the men marching off to war. So we have the sentence here, we have the young boy as the subject, impressed as the verb. This is the complete sentence, and this is not a fragment. Letter A, letter B, letter D is a fragment, or these are fragments. 16. All right, so let's start. Which of the following is not a run-on sentence? Not a run-on sentence. Okay, so your answer is letter C, run-on sentence. Klaro ang letter C kasi letter C rin sila may kama. Ang uban wala. So kung wala sila kama, niya laba-laba. Ano ba? Masarap yung ganit kung basahon mo makotasan kag basa. Okay, diretso wala yung kama. That's run-on sentence. Okay, let's proceed with number 17. Juggling modifier na. Okay, so what's your answer? Letter D. Okay, so look at this one, it's dangling modifier. Why? Because the first one is, letter A is dangling modifier. To compete in a race, a form must be completed. The question here is, who will compete in the race? Is it the form? No, it's not. Hindi ang form, dapat tao ang compete sa race. So wala yung compete dili sa race. Okay? Or para makorek siya, para nag-check siya to compete in the race, I completed the given form or the form. Next, when the cat scratched at the door, we let her in. Okay, it's not again, this is dangling modifier because when the cat scratched the door, wala kita kabalo kung sino si cat, sino si her, sino ang ipasulod. Okay, kung nagkutkot ang kuryente sa door, tapos lain yung pasulod, so it's not connected. They are not connected. Okay, next. So it's dangling. Number, wrapped in my blanket, the cold was no problem. Sino ang wrap sa blanket? Wala. Okay, it's not the cold because the cold is the problem. Okay, now letter D, while taking the inventory, I closed the store. Sino ga-takes ang inventory? Si I. So klaro din. It's clear. So the answer is letter T. Let's move on with 18. So your answer, okay, cause and effect or cause effect. That's very clear. Comparison, contrast. I do not need. I don't need to discuss comparison and contrast. Description of process and discuss one. Number 19. Okay, so what's your answer? Which of the following sentence construction follows the rule of coordination and subordination? So what's your answer there? Okay, letter D. My father was upset all day because he could not see his car keys. Okay. Right? So look at this one. My father was upset all day, but he did not see his car keys. The but here is not properly used because it is not, this too is not, although it is contrasting, but this does not fit. It does not give, and it does not give, this one is the reason. This one gives the reason of the first statement. So, but, the word but should not be used as coordinating conjunction. My father was absent all day yet. He could not see his car keys. Yet also could not be used because yet is does not show reason. And shouldn't be used because this is not subordinating conjunction, this is coordinating conjunction. And coordinating conjunction should connect two sentences with related concepts or ideas. This one is my father was upset all day because, so it gives the reason why the father was upset. Next, number 20. Anyway, let's go back first to number 18. I have here explanations on faulty coordinating conjunction. So the faulty, please, Danny. Okay, so faulty coordinating conjunction. So this is the coordinating conjunction. So what are the coordinating conjunction? We have the and, we have but, we have for, we have nor, we have or, we have so, and yet. So, and yet. Ulit nila, yet. So these are the 7 coordinating conjunctions. Okay, if it is coordinating conjunction, it connects words, phrases, and clauses. So I'm gonna check coordinating conjunction. Now here, look at the examples that follow. These are examples. The ball of sweet eyeballs 2 is hot and delicious. We have here hot and delicious. So coordinating conjunction. The sweet eyeballs 2 is so thick that you can eat it with a fork or spoon. We have so here. Rocky, I can't read that one. My tomcat loves having his head scratched but hates getting his claws trimmed. So you have here but. Another one, Rocky terrorizes the poodles next door yet adores the German shepherd across the street. Rocky refuses refuses to eat dry cat food, nor will he touch a saucer of sweet eyeballs stew. Or yeah, is it eyeballs stew? Yes, correct. I hate to waste a single drop of sweet eyeball stew because it is expensive and time consuming to make. And then even though I added cream to the sweet eyeball stew, Rocky ignored his serving. So I get a spoon and ate it myself. So that's it. These are examples. So 3 patterns. There are actually patterns in subordinating conjunction. So what are the patterns? 3 patterns in writing using coordinating conjunctions and commas when required. We have pattern 1, connecting 2 main clauses. 2 main clauses. So main clause, main clause. How are you going to connect this one? So example, when you connect 2 main clauses with the coordinating conjunction, use a comma. Okay, the pattern looks like this. Okay, so while I am at work, comma, my dog Floyd sleeps on the bed, comma, and my cat Buster, is it Buster? Yeah, Buster naps in the bathtub. So you have here. So what is your main clause here? The main clause is my dog Floyd sleeps on the bed. Okay, then a comma. You have here a comma, and my cat Buster naps in the bathtub. So this one is main clause plus a comma plus coordinating conjunction. Okay, look at this one. Main, wala lang nilabot ha, hindi ko lang bigay. This is just this a modifier of this main clause. Or shall we say, bilog nga naka-bold letters are main clause. Okay, main clause na siya. Plus a comma. Sunod, plus coordinating conjunction and plus another main clause. My cat Buster naps in the bathtub. Okay, that's the first one. Main clause plus comma plus coordinating conjunction plus main clause. Next, pattern 2. Connecting 2 items. You can also use a coordinating conjunction to connect any 2 items. These items can be any grammatical unit except main clauses. So the pattern looks like this. Item, so item daw pwede siya maging grammatical unit or except the main clause. Item plus, we have here the data, okay? And then plus the coordinating conjunction plus the item. So look at this one. This is an example. My dog Floyd, this is the item, has too many fleas. This is now our data, has too many fleas. Then what is our coordinating conjunction? And plus the item, too much hair. Okay, so this is the pattern. Another one. My cat Buster has beautiful blue eyes. This is the item. Plus the coordinating conjunction, but plus another item, a destructive personality. Okay? So that's the pattern. Item plus theta plus the coordinating conjunction plus the item. Okay? Next here. Pattern 3, connecting 3 or more items in a series. When you have 3 or more items in a series, 3 or more items, you generally use a comma before the coordinating conjunction. Some had okay, some handbooks and style guides will tell you that this comma is optional, but my advice is to put it in. The pattern looks like this. You have item plus a comma, plus an item, plus a comma, plus a coordinating conjunction, plus an item. May aral iban ng mga teachers like, sulat na ako nila like Ruel, John, Jane, and Jim. May aral iban, nag-aamonin sila. Kung may and na gani, wala nila ginabutan isang kama din. Okay. But the advice is you need to place a comma here to separate both entity. To separate Jen from Jim. Okay. Amo na siya ang usual ha. Amo na siya ang usual. Dapat butangan natin isang kama din. Like another one, we have coffee, milk, bread, and butter. Okay? Look at this one. Pwede siya maging bread and butter. Pwede siya. Ay, kulay. Now, if milk is separated, coffee is separated, milk is separated, bread is also separated from butter, then you have to place here a comma to make sure that bread is separated from butter. But kung nakita mo sa table na si coffee, si milk, kag si bread kag ng butter, ananas butter sa sulod, that will be the time that you are going to use this one, bread and butter. Okay? So that's it. So look at this one. We have here swatting olives off the kitchen counter, comma, dragging toilet paper streamers through the house, comma, and terrorizing Japanese cause 2, comma, the parakeet have consumed another of Buster's days. So remember, item, comma, basta series of items, comma, ginahimo nato ni siya pirmi. Pero dira lang ta magkasala sa pinakalas, dira lang ta isa masala. Okay. The next one is number 20. Okay, we have also subordination. The first one was all about coordination. This one is all about subordination. So ano ang mga conjunctions ng mga subordinating conjunctions? We have however, no? Wala ko yung lista. I don't have a list here. Wala. But however is part of it. Subordination, however, emphasizes the idea in the main clause more than the one in the subordinate clause. Okay, generally the pattern looks like this. You have main clause plus a theta plus subordinate clause. Okay? Or it could also be like this, subordinate clause, comma, and then main clause. Basta baliktad sila. Kung baliktad, comma na lang ang imong ano, mag-start ka sa subordinating clause, kasi hindi na lang ta para baliktad sa ating tunyan. Okay. Look at this one. Before you go, comma, sign the logbook. Before you go, before is an example of subordinating conjunction. Now, what about this one? Sign the logbook, wala na siya before you go. So, Theta, meaning wala sa utang diri naton. Okay? So before you go, sign the logbook before you go. Basta amo ni siya. Naguna ang main clause. This is the main clause. And this is your subordinating conjunction before you go. Or before, that's the subordinating conjunction. Pero kung mauna ganing siya, you have to use a comma. Okay? Another one. Subordinating conjunction joins a subordinating clause to a main clause. So, subordinating conjunction joins, look at this one, joins the subordinating clause to the main clause. This is subordinating clause. An adverb clause also is always introduced by a subordinating conjunction. A noun clause and adjective clause are sometimes are, example, you have, look at this one. A noun clause and adjective clause are sometimes are. Adverb clause. Pwede siya maging adverb clause. Before you go, sign the logbook. So that's an adverb clause. Meaning, this one modifies the word sign because it is an adverb clause. It modifies the verb. The other one, a noun clause here, if it is a noun clause, he asked if he could leave early. So, if he could leave early is considered a noun clause. This is the object of asks. This is the direct object of the verb asks. Next, adjective clause. Adjective clause modifies the noun. That is the place where he was last seen. That is the place modifies where. Okay, this is also the place. Okay, so that is an example of adverb clause that can be used as subordinating conjunction. Subordinating conjunction is always followed by a clause. Okay. Mainly, subordinating conjunction can be either part of speech. Example. So you have here adverb. So adverb. Jill came tumbling after. So you have here after is an adverb, but it has no word here. That's why may ara siya X. Okay? As used as preposition, you can have Jill came tumbling after Jack. So this becomes a preposition. Next, subordinating conjunction, Jill came tumbling after Jack had fallen. So this one, the after here, the word after becomes subordinating conjunction. So meaning, the word after can be used as adverb, can be used as preposition, and sometimes can be used as subordinating conjunction depending on the sentence. Okay? Number 20. Answer number 20. Tapos ano? Number 20 na. So what's your answer for number 20? Letter B. Okay. What makes the sentence below wrong? So Patrick has brought a new car, Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution V8. That's 9. Last week. So the verb has bought, should have been bought. Okay nga naman. Yes? Yes. Nga dapat simple past tense ang atong ibutang diri. Because of the word last week, meaning definite. There is a definite time saan o gibakal ang Mitsubishi Lancer. Kung wala ni siya, kung wala tayo ni last week, correct ni siya. Ha? Amo siya basta gani magsulat ka mo or maghambal ka mo, wala ka mo sure, hindi ka mo sure saan o tunatabo, gamitan niyo sang has, gamitan niyo sang present perfect tense na has or have. Right. So, number 21, answer number 21. All right. So all of the following have misplaced modifier exempt. Okay, modifier is exempt. So may ara dira mga sala-sala tanan. May ara dira isa nga check to get na sentence get. So misplaced modifier is, as what I have said, misplaced modifier is not correct. So what's your answer? All right. The pianist played a new composition sitting on the piano bench. Let's analyze this one. What is the modifier here? You have sitting on the piano bench. Okay? Question. In this sentence, ano ang kasit sa piano bench? Ang new composition. Na supposedly, ang pianist tani. Dapat, sitting on the piano bench, the pianist played a new composition. So meaning, ano siya? Misplaced modifier. So ang sitting on the bench, misplaced siya, sala pagkabutang, misplaced. So this is wrong. Letter B, we heard the bus crashed on the radio. Anong misplaced modifier dira? Parehas hindi na itong the cat chased the rat with the hat. Okay, anong interpretation yun eh? Unang interpretation. Ang bus ningmunggo sa radio. No, daw ka kasi pero ang tuod, ano tani? Nabatian sa radio nga ang bus. Okay, so misplaced siya. This is misplaced modifier. Dapat, we heard on the radio the bus has crashed. That the bus crashed. Dapat tama na siya. How about this one? We boarded the train with 3 suitcases heading toward our ancestral homes in Ilocos Sur. O, nasakto ninyo. Sige. Okay, pamagtutunta ka muna. Ano ang modifier dira? What's the modifier there? Ang unang sakto kayo. Correct ba yan ang inyong kuhaan? Correct na ay technique, ito doon sa turula ko nito sa ng technique nga. Kung ano ko ang taas na sentence, o bari sakto, kung ano ko ang dugo nga sentence, basta magduwa-duwa ka. Okay. But at this time, it does not fit. Now look at the modifier. Misplaced modifier. But how mo tayo ng modifier? The modifier here is heading toward our ancestral home in Ilocos Sur. Pamangkot. Sino ang head toward our ancestral home in Ilocos Sur? Dapat ang train. Pero ano natabo? Ang suitcase, bali, ang i-describe na gibutang ang suitcase nga kapakadto sa dapat we boarded on the train heading toward ancestral home in Ilocos Sur with three suitcases we headed on the train we boarded on the train heading toward our ancestral home. Now let's find out letter D. I arranged the flowers for my mother using the new vase. Correct na guro siya kay
Kung ano man ka na, wala naman dyan lagi. Alangan naman, kung ano yun, alangan naman yun. I arranged the flowers for my mother using the new babies. Correct siya? Hindi siya puri. Pangitaan ang buwan, ganun din siya correct. Ano to, ano? Yes? Correct. Sino ang gagamit sa new vase diri? Ari kay mother. Dapat hindi. Dapat, I arrange or using the new vase, pwede siya, using the new vase, I arrange the flowers for my mother. Or, I arrange the flower using new vase for my mother. Bonus na lang na siya, kaya wala ka mo yung correct. Pero wala ko, hindi siya answer diri ano, bonus. Puro sila may ara, puro sila may ara, sala. May misplaced, may ara sila talagang misplaced modifier. Okay? Tingala kung wala ko yung answer dito, kay Maudit na wala yung answer na siya. Okay, number 22. Inani ba lang ang type ni Juan? Inani nga type ng questions. Kakapoy basa mo kalaka. Kung inani nga type ng questions, tanawa muna ang mga options. Para ang mga options, ano lang na yung basahon? Basahon mo lang ang sentence 2, sentence 4, sentence 3, sentence 5. Kung connected si sentence 2, sentence 3, sentence 4, si 5, hindi. So something about that. Okay, so what's your answer? Letter D. Letter D is sentence number 5. As adults grow older, their vision is not as keen, so classrooms need decent lighting with little glare. Okay? It's letter D. Sentence 3. Presently students are, wait, let's read this one. Sentence 2. They is the adult. They may have time restraints caused by families and jobs as well as by school. And sentence 4, since they sometimes work slowly than younger, adult na siya. Sentence 5, as adults grow older, their vision is not as keen as adult siya. Sentence 3, re-entry students are willing to put in the extra time to be successful. Re-entry students, correction. Sentence 3 does not specify that it's an adult re-entry students. So therefore, the answer is letter B. Re-entry students are willing to put in the extra time to be successful. Okay. Because sentence 2 talks about adult students. Sentence 4 talks about adult students. And sentence 5 talks about adult students. Okay. Next. I'm sorry. Number 23? Yeah. Answer please.
Dapat wala sa may mga mistakes. Parallel. Look at the parallel. Ano ang parallel sa C? I enjoy, not parallel. Exact. Ganyan, exact. Okay, that's. Tapos na? Sige, let's start with all of the following to know are not. All of the following are not parallel. Exact. So, meaning ang pakita ko na bang sakto. Let's try letter A. Letter A. She left me angry, frustrated, and wearing a frown. Parallel hindi. Hindi. Ay angry, frustrated, tapos wearing a frown. Letter B. We have things to do, people to see, and places that should be visited. Parallel hindi. Hindi. Okay. Number C. I enjoy the job because of the opportunities it offers, the fringe benefits I received, and I earn a good salary. Anong hindi parallel din? Opportunities it offers, or the opportunities it offers, the fringe benefits I received, and I earned a good salary. So, I earned a good salary, walang siya parallel sa ano, walang siya parallel sa tatlo kabilyo. Letter D. My father prepared the main course and fixed the dessert. So, prepared the main course and fixed the dessert. It's letter D. 24. Ara siguro sa chat box, sa Zoom. If you have some questions, please type your questions in our chat box. Tanawag din. Type yes, ara sa chat room, type yes if you're there. Kung ara ka sa please type yes. And Desiree. How about the others? Wala na mga pinakupan ko. Gusto na nag-type o yes. Ay, yes si Genevieve. Ara ka nila ang number. Sino pa yan? Duwaras na nagpilibot naman. Ayan. Alright, so number 24. Pakita ko na natin si Kwame. Kenneth, thank you Kenneth. Kenneth, Ramwell, Riva, and Switzel. Where are you? Alan. Desiree. Yes. Okay. All right. So that's good. I hope you are still okay in your respective home. Number 24. Which would be the appropriate subordinator to be used to complete the basic sentence? So Blanche, she finally grew accustomed to the dark. She noticed a small chest in the corner of the room. So what is the answer? Letter? Number... Okay. Hindi siya mag-move. Wala, hindi siya mag-move. Wait. Okay, so number 24, it's letter A. Although wala na rin ako nabutang. It's letter A. It's letter A here. And that's letter A. Letter A, so the correct answer is when she finally grew accustomed to the door, she noticed a small chest in the corner of the room. Bonus ng 25 kaya nakita ng 24. Okay, 25, all of the following show faulty use of coordinating conjunction except, nakita na lang niya mag-ina. Okay. Faulty conjunction. So Marianne sings in the choir, for she is a soprano. So that's not okay. It's incorrect. The clock, we have made the clock chime 9 times, but Jason knew he had overstepped. I studied the children, and they were watching in awe as the parade floats went by. I tried to sleep, yet the thought of tomorrow math exam kept me awake. Okay, number 26. Which of the following is a comma splice? Dili naman talag nga ano nga David, damo-damo mga kama. Or may kinakamahan na wala na hindi dapat kamahan. Alright, so what's your answer? Thomas likes letter? Okay, letter B. Mike loves to play computer games, especially Tomb Raider. Dapat dira sa after games wala na siya ikama. Okay. So I'm gonna try. He imagines that all of the villains are his problem and he gets satisfied dapat wala man dira kama sa ano. Okay. Yeah, you still have letter D. Letter D is also a comma splice. You have here, Romel likes to put peanut butter on his pancakes instead of syrup. The smell is appealing. May kama siya. Dapat wala kama, but I wouldn't want to eat anything so sticky that early in the morning. So letter B and letter D is the answer. Okay, 27, which illustrates the proper use of the comma. All right, so what's your answer? Okay, letter A. It's letter A. Yeah, that's letter A. Wala na yung kamot. Ano wala na yung kamot? That's letter A. When you call and need someone, Romel will come. And the other one is when you call and need someone, Romel will come. It's not correct. And the other C is when you call and need someone, Romel will come. It's not correct. Letter D, when you call, it's not correct. Maski mo lang basa, this is not really correct. Number 28, which illustrates the proper use of the semicolon. Okay, so what's your answer? Letter B. I will add, no, letter B. Now, let's have this one. Look at this. Let's correct this one. JC knows every part of the game. Therefore, he should be made captain. Di dapat ang semicolon ibutang. Before sa, therefore, tapos kama dali. Okay, letter B, this is correct. Harry is interested in business, semicolon, Jet prefers medicine as a profession. So in the absence of the conjunction. How about this one? After Jason had finished playing, he opened the door and looked at the glowing sky. Ano dapat dili? Kama. Kama lang siya. Letter T, Maria had planned exactly what she would say. Consequently, she held the attention of the audience and made her point. Before sa consequently, dili kama. Okay, very good. That's how are you going to use the semicolon. 29. The use of apostrophe or possessive case. That's it. Okay, you have correct answer. Okay, your answer is letter? Yeah, letter B. Okay, so this one, the first one I saw store window filled with artist supplies. Dapat wala ni siya sa apostrophe. Okay, letter B, Alice's mother. So whose mother? Alice. Okay, Alice's mother. So may apostrophe because Alice is singular and it does not end with letter S. Although it ends, ang ending sound niya is S, but it doesn't end with letter S. So you have to have apostrophe S. Alice's mother always goes with us. How about this one? Do you spell this word with 2 R's? So the R's here, dapat are before sa letter S. Naman siya. The plural form of letter R. Okay, wala siya butangan sa apostrophe S. You're not very helpful. Anong sala sini? Okay, dapat ang apostrophe dili siya sa before sa R because it's a contraction of you are. Okay. 30. Sige. So what's the correct answer for this, for item number 30? It's letter A. Irene laughed nervously and began, ladies and gentlemen. So what's the principle here? This talks about indirect and direct speech. So it is direct speech, meaning it is directly quoted from the speaker. So this one, if it is directly quoted from the speaker, you need to have quotation, open quotation, and then the period should be inside the open and closed quotation. Remember this one. Period should be always inside the closed quotation. So open quotation, closed quotation. This is a direct speech from Irene. And this one, of course, is wrong. Letter B is wrong because it has no closed quotation. And then this one, this is really wrong because this should not be placed in an open and closed quotation. Okay? Because amo man ang ginhambal niya. Ang ginhambal lang sa isa ka speaker, amo lang naamot ang nato sa quotation. I will laugh. Okay. Of course, this should not be done. As what I said, only the speech from the speaker, direct speech from the speaker, will be placed in a quotation. Number 31. Right, so what's your answer? Letter A. Okay, the answer is letter A. So you can then say, yeah, you could then say here you could then say this one as long as, okay, as long as is wrong, okay. The storm had passed and flood waters had receded as long as rescue teams flew into the stricken valley. Para bang ang rescue teams ang pag-abot nila sila ang cause para mag-recede ang flood. Letter C, the mayor could not win the party's bid even though she was popular with the people. That's correct. The use of even though is correct. And then we finally could sit down to dinner when the telephone rang. That's correct. And then letter D, mature trees can survive almost any weather condition or change while saplings are much more vulnerable. So we have here while. That's correct. 32. Okay, which of the following is not a fused sentences? Wala natin na-discuss ang fused sentence. We will discuss what is fused sentences later on. So your answer? It's letter. So the answer is letter A. Yeah, letter A. I hope I have explanation here. So letter fused sentence is it's like run-on sentence. Okay, from the word fused sentence. where yung pang tumpok ang tanan. Okay. We have here Cecil is a real hypochondriac when her stomach hurts. She's certain that she has a bleeding ulcer. And if she has a backache, she starts to believe that she has a cancer of the spine. Parang all of the thoughts is placed in one sentence only. Tanan ng mga thoughts. Look at this one. We have here Cecil is a hypochondriac when her stomach hurts. That's one sentence. In comma, she is certain that she has a bleeding ulcer. In comma, and if she has a backache, in comma, she starts to believe that she has a cancer of the spine. So ginapang sulod sa isa ka sentence ang different sentences. Okay, that's fused sentence. And that is still incorrect. Basta may fused sentence ka, that's still incorrect. 33. Okay, so what's your answer? Letter C. Okay. Yan, letter C. That's letter C. Wala na, nandula na ang mga kamot. Kung wala din sa mga kamot. Alright, so letter C, if you are to arrange the following sentences, which sentence do you think tells why the topic on society is important? So, i-arrange mo siya. Dila, tanan. So, asa dila, din dila ang pinaka, I mean, that will tell you that society is important. So letter C, modern society is dynamic, constantly changing, and either progressing or regressing. Let's move on to number 34. Which is the best way to paraphrase the sentence? Teresa was worried about passing the very difficult tests. Okay, so what's the answer? Teresa was worried about passing the very difficult tests. The answer is yes, letter. She's worried about the results of the tests. The answer actually is letter B. Letter B. There was worried about, because if you're going to say she is worried about the results of the tests, worried about, ang iyang gina-worry is ang results ng tests, ang gi-worry. Pero nag-worry siya for passing the very difficult tests. Okay? So Teresa was worried about receiving good marks. Nag-worry siya, makabaton ka ba? Makapasa ay, makabaton ay namin ng good marks on the test, which was very hard. So difficult test that's very hard. Receiving a good marks, worried about receiving a good marks, that means worrying about passing the tests. Okay? Pero pas president, no, letter C, pero it's not, it's letter B. Yeah, letter B. Okay. Number 35, which among the following is not a type of thesis or thesis statement? Are you familiar with the thesis statement? And before ka magsulat ng essay, before you're gonna start writing an essay, you should have a thesis statement. A thesis statement can be a topic. A topic siya in a sentence form. Now, it's a strong topic in a sentence form. Balaan nyo na, dali lang din yun ni Mabalaan. Right? Siya rin naglain. What's the answer? Letter D. Literary thesis statement. Because analytical, expository, argumentative are all in one umbrella. Okay, sila na upunan na siya. Literary thesis statement is different from analytical, expository, and argumentative essay. So the thesis statement tells the reader how you will interpret the significance of the subject matter under discussion. That's a thesis statement. Usually, if you're going to write an essay, you have to start with a thesis statement. It is a sentence. It is a strong sentence that contains, that can be used for, or which will be used for a discussion in your essay. So, like this one is a roadmap for the paper. Thesis statement also is a roadmap for the paper. In other words, it tells the reader what to expect from the rest of the paper. So, amo na siyang imong i-discuss. That's a thesis statement. Directly answers the question asked of you. That's a thesis statement. A thesis statement is an interpretation of a question or subject, not the subject itself. The subject or topic or an essay might be on poverty or a movie analysis. A thesis must then offer a way to understand the issue or the movie. Like, isabi, atong topic is about poverty. If we are going to write a thesis statement, we need to ask ourselves, what poverty that you want to tell the audience or the reader? What's in the poverty? Because poverty is so broad. If you are going to write an essay, it should be specific. Like a movie, what's in the movie that you are going to tell the audience? So that's enough. That's a thesis statement. And it makes a claim that others might dispute. Nabalang, amo yung ako na claim, but others will have to say, parang sala niyo yung claim. Kaya kung mahabal ka, okay, poverty. Amo lang na imong poverty. Everyone would say, yes, poverty. But if you are going to say, poverty is not the hindrance to success, everyone would say, no, that's not really, it does not apply to me. Because wala akong kwarta, as kasubong, wala akong gapon naging successful, something about it. Usually, it is usually a single sentence somewhere in your first paragraph that presents your argument to the reader. The rest of the paper, the body of the essay gathers and organizes evidence that will persuade the reader of the logic of your interpretation. So it is a sentence basically. Look at it. You can tell if your thesis statement is strong if you can answer the following. So like, parang mabalangan ng strong ang ating thesis statement. Do I answer the question? If yes or no. Have I taken a position that others might challenge or oppose? Kung mabalangan nga, you are, I live in Escalante. That's not a thesis statement. Because others would not challenge that one. But if I say, I am beautiful, that's very challenging. Okay, others would argue, others would disagree. So is my thesis statement specific enough? Like let's go back with I am beautiful. Yeah, it talks about your beauty. Does my thesis pass the so what? So what? If you're beautiful. Yes. Okay. And then does my essay support my thesis specifically and without without wondering, like wala that turn around the bush. Okay? Does my thesis pass the how and why? nga beautiful ko. Paano ko naging beautiful? I am beautiful because my mother are amo din ang mga bloodline. Paano ba ito naging beautiful? Because it provided ko sa akong mga mother something like this. That's an example of the thesis statement. Although that's a very big thesis statement, but if you are going to write an essay, you must have a strong thesis statement. Ang thesis hindi siya ang thesis ninyo ginasulat pag college ninyo, yung submit yung pagkatapos pirma ka picture ka mo tayo. Sino walang kabuhat siya? Okay. Okay, another one. These are the categories of thesis statement: analytical, expository, and argumentative. Okay. So what is analytical? An analytical thesis statement basically provides a comprehensive insight to some important issue and the facts that are related to the issue, plus the analytical aspects of the same. Usually, if you are an editorial writer, you are doing this one. Amo na ang mga editorial writing. Ina-analyze nila, tinatagan nila pros and cons ang isa ka issue. Like, ano ba yung issue sa kung? Example, ang mga muhilak sa kasal, magbuwag na hindi katapos sa ilang kasal. No? Ano mga pros and cons nila? Ano mga tuod? Ano ang mga hindi tuod? Okay, may mga naghilak na. Ang mga tuod, may mga naghilak na nagkabuwagay. Ang di tuod, may naghilak na ang subong sila yapon. May magulag yapon sa sunod. For example, an analysis of the ferruginous hawk reveals two kinds of flight patterns. Patterns related to hunting prey and patterns related to courtship. Ang mga hawks ko noon na flight, amo na lang pattern. Okay, that's analytical. It analyzes two patterns. Press atong example pag let's analyze. Katong nanghilak, in-analyze. Ako lang nanghilak, in-analyze. So this one is also an example. In-analyze ang ilang pattern. First pattern, katong parang mag-hunt sila ng mga piso, or ang pattern na napanguluyag sila, or napanguyab sila. How about expository? So expository thesis statement, this is the simplest of all types of thesis statement. Principally puts forth some facts and simplified explanations regarding a specific idea in front of the people. Like, I am beautiful. Okay, Maria is beautiful. Watching too much television may lead to psychological and physiological and psychological problems. So that's an example of expository, meaning all you have to do is explain the physiological and psychological problems to those who are watching television too much, or to those who have too much hour in watching television. And the last one is argumentative. The third type is that of the argumentative thesis statement represents arguments between two viewpoints, like smoking should be banned in all public places. So smoking, you have to give the good side and you have to give the bad side of smoking in public places. So therefore, literary thesis statement is wala na siya because it's not literary thesis statement, it's literary analysis. Okay, so it's different from thesis statement. The next one is the life of let's go see the eye. Gigutom na mo. Habang yung sir, gigutom mo. Yes, ito yung answer. Gabi ka rin dyan, sir. Wala ko kag-break, sir. Alam mo, dapat may break mo, no? Oy, 36 pa biyata this. We have 150 items to discuss. Paspasan na. Or kung pwede, una-una ko yun na nag-answer kung may time ko. Sige. Okay, sige. Ikaw, buto na ka. Sige, thank you so much. Sige, let's see you this afternoon at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. It's already 1:07, so we need to start with our review. We need to continue with our review. So as what I said, you need to answer all those questions, and not all those questions, but some of the questions natin sa nalagtas ako. Okay, not exactly mo gusto nyo answer, pero at least nakatapos mo sa. So we ended up with number 36. That's item number 36, and let's continue with item number 37. What happened to this? 36. Okay, 36. Ayan na. Okay. So number 36. Number 36 is that the life of the typical college student is characterized by time spent studying, attending class, and socializing with peers. This is an example of what kind of a thesis statement. So the answer is letter B, expository thesis statement. Again, don't think of the letter C, because letter C is literary thesis. There's no such thing as literary thesis, only analytical, expository, and argumentative. The next one is which two questions, number 37. Which two questions is essential in writing the supporting details of argumentative paragraph? So yes, it's on how and why, because you are dealing with argument. So you have to tell the hows and the whys of your topic or of your argument. Number 38. Which of the following among the following may be used to fill in the blank? So we have here one of the obvious difference between college students or college and universities is the degree program they offer. Usually college have limited course offerings. Blank. Universities offer a wide range of degree programs to choose from. So they never offer graduate program, degree programs such as master's and doctorate. So the correct answer is letter D. It's on the other hand. I'm wondering, okay, anyway.
Sige. Okay, for 38, that's letter D, and then let's proceed with 39. You're done with the 39. Nasa lang yung 39. Sige, last na lang niya. Ama na niya answer yun. Tapos the next one, you need to answer first and then I'll flash the items. I'll flash the answer. Okay. When coding a source, what should be done if a writer encounters an erroneous statement such as the one below? So here is an example of an erroneous statement. The philosophies, if you are going to be familiar with the erroneous here, these philosophies. So this is wrong. These philosophies is very essential in curriculum designing because they serve as the guiding principle of the curriculum designers. So this is to say that a statement is quoted directly from the speaker. Na ang speaker din yan nagsala. Nagsala din siya sa these philosophies. This philosophy, tani na siya, pero nagkama siya, these philosophies. And then you wanted to quote this one in your paper. Na the same, nga sala, nga magalaan, kung ako magbasa sa imo nga paper, makabalo ko nga hindi mo siya sala, kundi sala sa iban, sala sa imo nga gikopyahan. Okay? Or sala sa imo nga gisaytan. So what are you going to do is, letter D, insert the Latin abbreviation SIG and enclose it with square brackets. I'm going to say button. So what is SIG? SIG is, the meaning of SIG is SIG irat scriptum. So that's the meaning of SIG. SIG irat scriptum with square brackets usually is an abbreviation of SIG irat scriptum, which is Latin for thus it had been written. Meaning, amo gini ang pagkasulat. Hindi ako ang nagsala, kundi ang kuhaan ko amo ang may sala. Meaning that the code prior was transcribed as it was found in the original source, complete with errors, colloquialism, etc. So what would be the right way of doing this one? So, amo lang siya ang matabo sa imong ginano. So it will be like this. These philosophies, you will have this one. SIG is very essential in curriculum designing because they serve as the guiding principle of curriculum designers. Now, if I am going to read this one, if I'm going to read this one, I have to say that this is quoted from the original source. Kasi original author din ang may sagot daw mag-aside sa iya. Okay? So remember this one. If you are, so it is allowed. If you're going to quote it directly. Pero if you are going to will not quote it directly, parang indirect quote, pwede mo siyang i-change. Pwede mo siyang i-change. So if it is quoted directly, you can use this one. But if it is not directly quoted, then you can write the correct one. So ang correct city is philosophy. This is singular. Philosophy must also be in singular form. Philosophy. Okay. Next one. Number 40. What should be done to correct the error in the sentence below? So there are errors in the sentence below. So the sentence is in the middle or in the Middle Eastern countries, for instance, women are required to serve the groom's family. So that's the sentence. Now there is an error in the sentence. So what we're going to do is insert a comma after countries. That's in the Middle Eastern countries. That's and for instance, so that's a comma here and a comma here. Women are required to serve the groom's family. So that's the correct one. So number 40, that's letter C. Now I want you to answer number 41. Sunod ko lang i-flash na lang. Okay, dito siya answer. Hindi siya magdagdagan ng akong animation. So answer first number 41. And then, are you done? So answer first number 41. Excited ka lang, sir. Answer number 41. Okay, so let's see what's the correct answer for number 41. So number 41, the sentence below is wrong because, okay, anong sala sini? Half of the applicants passed the exam. The other half of them flunked the tests. So what is wrong with this? This is an example of a run-on sentence. Nga naging run-on siya? That's the question. Nga run-on na siya? Wala siya kama. Very good. Nag-run-on siya because wala siya kama. Dapat half of the applicants passed the exam and then, is it a comma or is it a comma? Semicolon? It's a semicolon. Semicolon because we have this are compound or this is a compound sentence. Okay. Pwede man siya na comma pero butan natin siya direct and. Comma and the other half of them flunked the test. That's the correct one. Please write it on your para madumduman yung paano siya nagsala. Para madumduman yung dapat. Pwede siya do kabilog pag-correct sini. Pwede siya nabutangan o semicolon after half of the applicant passed the exam. After the exam, semicolon. Or pwede siya butangan ng comma plus and the other half of them flunked the tests. Okay, answer number 41. See, let's move on with number 41. 42. Okay, so number 42. So the transitional word or transitional devices used in this paragraph shows. So ano ang mga transitional devices? So what are those transitional devices? We have here, it's addition. There are transitional devices which are comparison, description, contrast, and addition. Moreover, we have next. These are examples of transitional devices. After choosing the flavor that best suits your taste buds, the second step is making. Yes, pwede siya. Process is a type of the paragraph development. Okay. Please, you have to be, pwede gina siya, sakto gina siya. This is actually a process paragraph. This is a process paragraph. But, wala siya process na option. Basically, if it is a process paragraph, it uses addition, transition. Okay, addition. So what are those transitions? So let's find out. So what are examples of transitions? So transitions, or they are other term for transitional words is cohesive device or cohesive devices. So divide na siya into how many parts? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 kabilog. Okay? So ako na siya. So to show addition, if you are going to write an essay, if you're going to write a paragraph, to show addition, you have to use all of these words like again, also, and then, besides, equally, important. Finally, first, further, furthermore, in addition, in the first place, last, likewise, moreover, next, or still, and then, and so. Okay. For comparison, there are only few words that you can use. Also, in comparison, in the same way, likewise, similarly. Okay. For the contrast, you can have this one, although, and yet, at the same time, but conversely, despite, even so, even though, for all that, however, in contrast, and so on and so forth. We've also transitional word that belongs to give examples or intensify. So how, like you're going to, like if you're going to write a paragraph, you're going to write an essay, you're going to give an example or illustration. So what we're going to do is, you have this one. After all, as an illustration, certainly even, for example, for instance, indeed, in fact, it is true that, maybe and so on and so forth. And then we have also to summarize, repeat, or conclude. So these are the basic words that you are going to use if you are going to summarize your concepts. Most especially if you're going to write an essay. At the last part of your essay, usually that's the concluding part of the essay. So you need to use this one. And then to indicate place. So that's above, adjacent, to, below, elsewhere, further on, here, near, nearby, on the other side, opposite to, there, to the east, or to the left. This is an example. I guess this is part of your handouts. Naaral na siya dyan. And then to indicate the time, this is how you're going to use it. After a while, and then to indicate cause and effect. So this is what are the transitional words you will be using. You have accordingly, as a result, because, consequently, for this purpose, hence, otherwise, since, or then, or therefore, thereupon, thus, or to this end, and this object. Let's, you have to answer number 43. I have the answer. So then, after this one, naka-flashlight, sorry. I don't know what happened to my slides. Hindi na siya magtagandagan. Mag-ditso na siya. Okay, so number 43, all the options may be applied to correct the statement below exam. Okay, like in the 7th grade, every young boy goes out. Sorry, in the 7th grade, young boy goes out for a football to prove to himself and his parents that he is a man. So let's correct this one. So all of the statements daw, all of the options apply to correct the statement exam. May ara dala nga no, hindi pwede nga amo ang pag-correct sa inyo. So basically, it's letter C. So proving to himself and his parents that he is a man, every young boy goes out for football in the 7th grade. So that is not the right way of correcting the sentence. So you have in the 7th grade, every young boy goes out for football to prove to himself and his parents that he is a man. Okay. Another one, to prove to himself and his parents that he is a man, every young boy goes out for football in the 7th grade. That's correct. Every 7th grade boy goes out for football to prove himself and his parents that he is a man. So it's not proving to himself and his parents that he is a man. Every young boy, it's not like that. It's different. Anong naka-different siya sa inyo? Anong naka-different siya sa letter C? Because of proving. Because it's the speaker who is proving. Siya ang nagkampal na to prove to himself, to prove to myself. Daw sabi parang ganyan. To prove to himself that his parents that his parents and his parents that he is a man, wala na niya din connect niya self. Wala na niya din connect niya self. That every young boy goes out for football in the 7th grade, maski hindi ko pag-intrack. Something amo na ang thought sa letter C. Okay? So parang, kung tanawon mo B, kung tanawon mo, pare-parehas lang daw siya tumang letter C. So that, as what I have said, this is the best time that there's need, or you need to have critical thinking on the structure of the language. You need to understand also the structure of the language. Okay, number 44. Please answer number 44. Right, so let's move on to number 44. Number 44, what errors is committed in the sentence below. So you have having eaten their supper, the cook the cook told the men to clear the table. Okay. So the error is on dangling modifier. Dangling modifier. Let's think of the dangling modifier. Ano ang dangling modifier? It's having eaten their supper. Okay? Having eaten their supper. The question is, sino ang nagkaon sa supper? Is it the cook? No, it's not the cook, but it's the men. Sila. Because of the word there. Di ba? Ang hambalak to kagay na mala. Dapat musulod siya dayon. Dapat the men to tayo dilibutan. The man was told by the cook to clear the table. Dapat amo na siya. But here, it's the cook who have eaten the supper. So it's dangling modifier. So ano siya? Dangling modifier. Now let's review. Ano ba yung fragment? What is the fragment? Incomplete sentence. Dangling modifier is dangling modifier. What is faulty coordination? Wrong use of coordination, coordinating conjunction. Same with, what is faulty parallelism? Not parallel, not inconsistent, not consistent. Okay, the series of words are or is not consistent. Okay, number 45, please answer number 45. All right, let's answer number 45. So number 45, yan. The hyphen is rarely used in all of the sentences below except for. So it's another one. This is another hyphen. Okay, so the Democrats won a landslide election 24-0 or -0. Then I am looking for the editor-in-chief to submit my article. My father witnessed the signing off of the Filipino-American Treaty. And then Vanessa acquired a second-hand refrigerator lately. Second-hand. What's wrong with the second-hand refrigerator? Yes, dapat wala na siyang refrigerator. Wala siyang hyphen. Move on to number 46. All right, so number 46, which among the following is a thesis statement? It's still the thesis statement. So thesis, the answer is letter C. So tarsiers is the smallest species of primate, and one of the tourist attraction in Bohol should be returned to the wild because they easily get stressed, making their lifespan shorter. This is an example of a thesis statement. Answer number 47. All right, so number 47. Ayun. 47. Okay, 47. All of the transitional or basic devices below may be used when writing showing a process example. Okay, showing a process. So here, the word you have here, nevertheless, moreover, finally, next. Ano ito hambal ka gina, sir? Pwede siyang process writing sa process writing. So we have next, pwede siya sa process writing. Finally, pwede siya sa process writing. Moreover, pwede siya sa process writing. But nevertheless is not for process writing. Usually, this is for, okay, contrasts, comparison and contrasts. It can also be used as, comparison and contrast lang din siya usually. Okay, number 48. Answer number 48. Sige, alright, so I have the flash answer for the word. And which word in this sentence needs to be capitalized? Okay, whatever you do, Father will please me very much. Okay, so you have to capitalize Father, even if it is in the middle of the sentence. Now, what's the reason? Is it a concrete noun? Noun specific? What makes it noun specific? Because it is the subject. Why do we need to capitalize this one? Basta amo din gani ang thought, same ang thought dapat i-capitalize din si Father because this refers to the Almighty Father. Okay. Maski ato pa na siya sa pinaka-end sa sentence, basta ang thought refers to the Almighty Father, it should be capitalized. The same thing with, di ba, ginagamitan nato na siya, him, ginagamitan nato siya, he. Even if this is written in the middle of the sentence, if it refers to the Almighty Father, it should be capital letters, should start with the capital letter. Okay? Number 49. Sige, answer number 49. 49. Okay. Let's have number 49. So number 49, which sentence illustrated the proper use of a semicolon? So here, the answer is letter A. Not semicolon, but it's a colon. It's a colon. Okay. So which sentence illustrated the proper use of a colon? So there are three causes: colon, poverty, indolence, and injustice. The second letter B, there are three types of poverty. It's colon, indolence, colon, and injustice. It's wrong. There are three colon. It's wrong. Number letter B, there are colon. That's really wrong. So when are you going to use? I hope I have this mentioned. So when are we going to use colon in our writing? If it follows with a series of words, series of two related or four words which are related. So like the color of my shirts are colon, then blue, comma, white, comma, black, comma, and yellow. Something about that. My brothers are, namely, colon, John, Joseph, Jim, and then so on and so forth. Something about it. Okay. Please answer number 50. All right, so number 50 is letter B. In the group of sentences that follow, which illustrates the best way of sentence construction. So letter B is the best way of constructing a sentence. The speaker was too excited to sit while the announcer fumbled for his notes of introduction. So that's the correct one. So the speaker was too excited to sit still and the announcer fumbled for his notes of introduction. That's not, this is not correct because of the word still. You have here and also is conjunction, coordinating conjunction, which does not connect the first idea and the second idea, because the second idea is the announcement fumbled for his notes of introduction. It gives contradictory to the first sentence. And then the other one, it was the cause of the speaker's excitement fumbling for the announcer's notes of introduction. So it's still wrong. And so with the letter D. Okay, number 51, please answer number 51. All right, number 51. Which sentence shows the proper use of parallelism? Letter A, swim, dancing, to swim, dancing, and cooking. So it's not parallel. Okay. Letter B, to swim, to dance, and cooking. It's not parallel. Letter C, to swim, to dance, and to cook. That's parallel. Letter D, swimming, to dance, and to cook. It's not parallel. So the answer is letter C. Answer number 52. 52. Okay, so 52, the answer is letter C. Which of the following shows how modifiers are placed correctly in a sentence? Ibutang siya correctly in the sentence. So letter C, they selected a governess for the child who spoke French fluently. Okay. Letter D, B. The child is selected for a governess who spoke French. Yeah, it's sala. Naaman, anong nasala sa ano? Nasala sa letter B because it's not the child who speak French fluently, it's the governess. Okay. Governess who spoke French fluently. Dapat ang bata ang kabalubag hambal sang French fluently. Okay, so that's it. So by the way, ano ang aton nga modifiers? What is our modifiers here? This is what we call adjectival clause. Okay, adjectival clause or adjectival modifier. So adjectival modifier usually starts with who. It's a who clause. We have who spoke French fluently. This is a modifier. This is a clause modifier. Ginatawag siya clause modifier because may ara siya subject. Who is the subject? Spoke is the verb. So that's why it is called clause. But this is an example of dependent clause. Okay? Now let's think of this one. May ara kita ginatawag na modifier na word modifier. May ara man kita ginatawag na phrase modifier. May ara man kita ginatawag na clause modifier. Okay? So this is an example of clause modifier. Clause modifier modifying the child. So it modifies the child here. So who spoke French fluently? Sino ang speak sa French fluently? Ang child. Okay? So that's it. How about this one? A governess they selected for the child who spoke French fluently. This one, it's confusing who selected the governess. Nauna si governess, a governess they selected for the child. It's sino ang select? But here sila it's clear they selected governess. Okay? Okay, answer number 52. 53. 53. 53. I still have to discuss on the difference between a word modifier, a phrase modifier, and a clause modifier. Look at this one. Green is a word modifier modifying shirt. So that's just a word modifier. Wearing a green shirt. This is an example of a phrase. Phrase modifier modifying Joseph. Okay. Another one, who wears a green shirt is a clause modifier modifying Joseph. This becomes a clause because it has a subject and it has a verb. This one, yes, we have the verb, but we don't have the subject. So this is a phrase. So ako lang isahan, may mga modifier na ginatawag na word lang siya, dahil hindi mo mamalaan, basta ako mga awamon din siya. Budayan tani mag-amo din. But we are using this one. Budayan lang ta mag-identify sa mga amo din ng mga modifiers. But they are also called modifiers. So these are adjectival phrase modifier. This is adjectival clause modifier. Okay, let's answer number 53. The answer is, okay, letter A. Which of the following connectives indicate addition of the ideas? So addition of the ideas, it's besides. Beside, what is beside? Next to you. All in all, that's in a total. For this purpose, that's, for this purpose, you're giving the purpose. Besides is parang in addition. Okay. In addition, besides, something about that. Okay, answer number 54. All right, so number 54, answer. Which of the following shows consistency of point of view and tense? Okay, point of view and the tense. So the answer is letter C. If you should have an accident, don't hesitate to call the police. So what is point of view? So the point of view is all about the use of pronouns, like first person point of view, second person point of view, and the third person point of view. If it is first person point of view, it uses the word we, our. That's first person point of view. If it is second person point of view, that means you, the use of you. Amo na siya. Ang you lang yun na siya. That's the second person. The third person point of view, it uses they, it, he, and she. Okay, we have they, them, it, its, he, his, and him, and then she, her. Okay, so that's an example. So look at this one. The point of view here is in the second person. You should have an accident. You don't hesitate to call the police. Okay, now that's point of view. How about the tense? You have, you should have an accident. Okay, should have, it's in the present form, while don't is also in the present form. Okay, so how about the letter A? The world has no use for excuses. Only success is recognized. Okay, here it talks about world, but on the other one, on the other side, it's on the different what's this? Different idea. What about the letter D? Miss Jacinto regrets that she is unable to accept Miss Civiliano's kind invitation because I have another engagement for Tuesday evening, August 10. So very inconsistent. You have here si Jacinto that she is unable to accept Miss Civiliano's kind invitation. So ang she na dili is very inconsistent. We do not know if she refers to Jacinto, Miss Jacinto, or Miss Civilino. Isa pa get, worse pa get, because we change our pronoun here from the third person to the first person. I kita dili. Okay? So that's it. How about Christian calls aloud to his mother and ran home at once. Okay. Christian calls, Okay, we have here the verb calls and we have here the verb run. Dapat calls, runs. Okay, runs nga, R-U-N-S. Okay? Kay ang gadagan din si si Christian. Let's proceed. Which number 55. Arina, number 55. I hope you have answered. You have already answered this one. Which is the appropriate title of the passage based on its content? What's the passage? Number. Here. This is the passage actually. Actually, you have the passage there. The moon both causes and surfaces. Anyway, we have already the title. You have already the appropriate title. So it's the moon and eclipses. Okay, it's the title, appropriate title for this passage. Let's move on with 36. 56, sorry, 56. Okay, 56. So my answer now, answer number 57. 57. 57. All right, so number 57, answer. Which sentence in the following paragraph states the topic sentence you have here? So what's your answer? It's the second sentence. So this one is the passage. 57. So the second sentence is, given the enormous demands by industry and private consumers for electrical power, conventional means of generating power are no longer adequate. Okay, so this is the, ano siyang passage sa 58, no? And this is for 57.
Alright, the pass.
Sige lang, sige lang. Don't mind my hindi pagtanawa ang slide ko. Just focus on your focus on your paper. Sige. Okay. Say, don't focus on here. Don't focus this on this this slide. Focus on your paper. So, 58. Okay. 58, it's letter, okay, B, stages of life. Stages of life. Topic sentence. 59. Okay, 59, sentence 1. This is more on reading comprehension than 57 to 59. Answer number 60. Natapos na 100, maglabot na 100, ka muna ma-answer sa 50 pa diretso na kasi we will have to answer it together from 100 to 150. 59, 60. Okay, let's start with, let's have 60. 60 is arrange the sentences in order to make a good and sound paragraph. Ay, wala pa sila na human. Sorry. Okay, it's letter D. You start with number 2, and then number 4, and then number 3, and then number 1. Okay, 61. Please answer 61. Right, so let's move on to number 61. 61. Which one is the sentence that introduces the topic? So the answer is letter C. In some ways, life is worse, but mostly it is better. Answer number 62. Right, so number 62. If you are to arrange the sentences below to make a sound paragraph, which sentence do you think should be the thesis statement? So the answer is that there A, a special concern is whether movies and televisions make children and society more violent. The answer number 53, 63, please. All right, so 63, we have which of the following transition words belongs to, or transition words belongs to spatial order? Space, spatial order. It's letter A. beneath, to the right, away, behind. So we have also, yeah, if you're going, usually if it is special, spatial, it talks about space. If you're going to write a paragraph like the description of a house, you need to use spatial order transitional devices or cohesive devices. Like this one, beneath, to the right, away, behind. That's it. Next one, 64. Wala. 64. Wala. Sige lang. Hindi na ako yan. Hindi na ako flash.
Ay, ma'am. Good afternoon. Salamat sa okay sa mga pili niyo. Bakit na uminom ka?
Sige, number 64. Its volcanic processes are often disastrous. So let's let Larry, but baby subjects benefit life. So it's contrasting. So the word but there is very fitting. So, but it's contrasting. This is negative and this is positive. So we have to use but as our coordinating conjunction. And should it be disobedient and disobedient or disobedient and one. 65, please answer 65. Okay, so number 65. No one knows why human brain works. Like it works how it is, as it does, as it is. Okay, so the answer is letter B. Hindi naman po di siya mo. Hindi naman po di siya mo. I'm sorry. Hindi na tagali. 65, sorry. Letter C, as it does. As it does. Sorry. So no one knows why human brain works as it does. Letter C. Letter C. Okay. 66. 66. So 66. Ayan, magagadagan siya. Okay, so medical science has almost completely eradicated several diseases. So the answer is that were common a century ago. That's letter C. It's this one is the technique for this is the thoughts of the sentence of the first sentence if it is connected to the thoughts of the option. Okay, so when are we going to use although? So although is used for introducing a statement that makes the main statement in a sentence seem surprising. So although the sun was shining, it wasn't very warm. Although small, The kitchen is well designed. Although is used to mean but or however, when you are commenting on a statement, I felt he was wrong, although I didn't say so at that time. So that's when are you going to use although? How about even if? So you have to use even if in this phrase used for emphasizing that a particular situation will remain the same no matter what happens. So, example, I am or I'm determined to prove my innocence, even if that means going to the highest court in the land. Or I'll go even if you forbid me to. So that, when are you going to use that? That can be used as a relative pronoun to connect two clauses. So in this case, that can also be substituted by who or which. Okay, parehas din silang duha, o tatlo. That, who, kag, which. Okay. Kiss interchange ni si that kag si who. Okay lang kag si who kag si which. Okay lang si that kag si which mag-interchange niya, okay na siya. But if you are referring to a person, you need to use who. This one, Joseph, who wears a green t-shirt. Dapat who ang atong gamitin, hindi ka pwedeng na maghambal na that Joseph that wears a green t-shirt. Because this one refers to things, other things. And this one also refers to other things. So dapat hugi siya if you are referring to a person. Kung ano man lang, kung hindi man siya person, so hindi siya pwede. So example, Tom bought the apples that the man was selling. That here is a demonstrative for apples. Okay? Or Tom bought the apples which the man was selling. Example, that and who. Peter invited the boy that was new in the class. So this one, actually, this one should be, dapat hindi siya dapat may amo na siya, not equal. Okay. That should not be used because this refers to the boy. It should be who. Peter invited the boy who was new in the class. So who refers to the boy. Okay? So avoid using that and which when you are going to talk about a person. This one is your clause, your adjectival clause. Okay, next. Number 67. If one wishes to apply for a college scholarship, blank have to submit the necessary documents by March. So please answer. We'll give you 1 minute or 30 seconds. Right. So what's your answer? Okay. So the answer is he must. That's the answer. It talks about the consistency. Yeah, because of the word one. This is third person. And this is third person. This is second person. This is although this is a third person, but this is the plural. This is plural. This is first person. So hindi siya. So you have to use this one. Number 68. Which of the following sentences is correct? Okay. So let's check. What's the answer? Letter D. Okay. Letter D is correct. The rest are wrong. Okay. Let's check what is wrong with number one. Oh, with letter A. Okay. It should not be mismanagement. There's no such word as mismanagement. It is mismanagement. Dapat mismanagement na siya. What about letter B? What makes it wrong? After my hair was trimmed, the hairdresser was applied gel on it and styled it the way I wanted. The voice, what, which specific? Okay, so you could not say, you could say was applied. It should be applied. So it's the hairdresser applied gel on it and styled it the way I wanted. What about letter C? What's wrong with letter C? Yeah, which? Dapat who are working at the local health centers just passed the nursing licensure examination. Amo ni hambal ko pag nurses are people, nurses are human. So, hindi siya pwede which. But who? Okay. 69.
This is more on parallel.
All right, what's the answer? Let's try. It's the correct. Okay, parallel. Parallel. Let's have love in their hearts, positive mindset, and moral values. 70. Okay, so what's your answer? Okay, the answer is letter B.
Object one is
Sa lang ang akong na-answer dito, but the answer is letter B. Mystery books, because I get much excitement for from reading mystery books, from reading them. Them na sila, mystery books. Okay. Letter B. Ano?
object
Yeah. Yes. If it is an object, pwede siya magamitan sa mga objective cases. It, them, hindi mo siya matawag kung it. Pwede siya magamitan. This refers pwede sa, basta mga objective case like them, they, pwede siya sa mga animals. Pwede siya sa mga, pero they, hindi siya pwede sa mga ano, it can also be used for mystery books. Like mystery books are my favorite. They give me amusement. Yes. Pwede sila. Ang hikashi is intended for human again. Even animals, di ba sa una ginabalat na ang animals eat, good na siya. Di ba? Hindi na siya pwede. Dapat butangan mo din siya sa gender. He or she, kita ang animals. Okay? So that's it. All right, next one is number 871. Blank, the thief was, he must have been disappointed. Okay, the answer is whosoever. Okay. Whosoever. Kung kinsa man to, whosoever. Okay, it's no, not whosoever. Whosoever. Okay, let's find out ano ang mga meanings ng here's the meaning of whoever, whosoever, whomever, whichever. Here. So, to determine whether to use whoever or whomever, the he and him rule in the who or whom section applies. Like, if it is he, meaning this is subject, so you need to use whoever. If it is him, this is object, it means you need to use whomever. Okay. Rule number 1, the presence of whoever or whomever indicates a dependent clause. Use whoever or whomever to agree with the verb in the dependent clause, regardless of the rest of the sentence. Example, give it to whoever or whomever asks for it first. So, he asked for it first, therefore, whoever is correct. Okay, so whoever dili ang nakapold siya. Whoever dili ang correct. Okay, next. Di ang correct. We will hire whomever you recommend. So what's the correct one? So, sino na-recommend? You recommend him. Therefore, ang atong gamiton is whomever you recommend. Okay? Next. We will hire whomever is most qualified. So, din ang correct sini. So, he is most qualified. Therefore, we will use whoever. Nakuha niya? Nakuha niya siya? Yes, sir. That's it. Another one, that's whomever and whosoever. Rule number 2. When the entire whomever clause is the subject of the verb that follows the clause, look inside the clause to determine whether to use whoever or whomever. Example, whoever is elected will serve a 4th-year term. So we have whoever is elected. Whoever is the subject of is elected. The clause, whoever is elected, is the subject of the will serve. Ano ma? So nakuha din siya. This is the sentence. Whoever is elected will serve a 4th-year term. Now, ang whoever is the subject siya sa elected. Siya ang subject sa elected. So we will use whoever. Because subject na siya. Kung object siya, ang atong gamiton, whoever. Okay. Another one, the clause whoever is elected is the subject of will serve. Now, ini naman siya, subject naman siya sa will serve a 4-year term. Nakuha niya? So, parang dua ka subject, no? Whoever is elected, parang isa na ka-sentence. Subject, this is the verb. Pero gali, pwede na siya, isa na siya ka-phrase as a subject of will serve a 4-year term. Or 4-year term. Now look at the whomever. Whomever you elect will serve a 4-year term. Okay, whomever. Whomever is the object of the elect. Okay, object siya sa elect. You elected, or you will elect who? That's whomever. Okay, so whomever becomes the object of the verb elect. Whomever you elect is the subject of will serve. Okay, nakuha na? Dili naman, whomever you elect, and whomever is the object of elect. But whomever you elect, ini siya naman, is the subject of will serve a 4-year term. That's new. Magmatulog na lang mga in a phrase, let's go back with the phrase. Dapat balikan na to ang phrase, okay? That's, amo na naman sa inyo, mabutay sa language, no? Maski Maski ang Cebuano, ganit, maski ang Pilipino, pagudlay ng mga tinaga, sa parang mga ibang taga. This sentence contains phrases. May mga phrases siya, phrases. Whoever is elected, this is an example of a phrase or example of a clause. Whoever you elect, this is also a phrase. Ako nga butangan mo. Kung ako lang ang imo tan-awon, ang whoever is the subject of the word elected. Correct? Yes. But kung sunod pa siya tanan, inis siyang kabilugan, subject siya sa ini naman na predicate. Okay? Subject mo siya. It's predicate. It's not predicate, but predicate. Usually, ang atong na teacher no, what is the predicate of the first sentence? Ang predicate is a verb. So Duterte's administration is predicated with blah, blah, blah. Di lang ako naman. Something amo na siya. That's a verb. Parehas mo na siya sa graduates. Sino ang graduate? The graduates are the people. But they are graduating. Graduate. Ang graduate verb, ang graduate ng mga tao. Okay. Pero ang candidate, parehas lang silang dua. Pwede siya tawag ng candidate, pwede siya tawag ng candidate. Ako na ang binuang sa mga English language. Binuang. Napagod na yun pag-ipita maya. Nakuha yun eh. Let's go back here. Let's use the other one. This one is a clause. Within a clause, may ara kita subject. Whoever is the subject of elect. This is the verb of elect. But overall, silang tanan ang subject sa aton na will serve will serve a 4-year term. Okay? Gets niyo na? Whosoever. Sana naman kita magamit sa whosoever. Okay. Yes, may naman kung whosoever. Pero sounds like lang na siya. Hindi lang na siya naman but actually, it's whosoever. It's not whosoever. It sounds like whosoever. Pero whosoever lang na siya. Whosoever. Okay. Whosoever. This is the possessive case of whoever. Possessive. Okay. Possessive case of whoever used as an adjective. Example, whosoever weighted this is, get it out of here. Whosoever is this ridiculous, ridiculous. Whosoever is this ridiculous hat. Ridiculous. So, so this is the possessive case. Kinsa weighted. Dapat makuha something about this. And then at the same time, sino man kinsa maning hat. So, napangitag tag-iya, possessive, possession, napanag-iya. Kaya mo na siya, whosoever. Ang whoever hindi siya possession, hindi subject siya. Okay. Ano naman ang whichever? Whichever is the pronoun. So anyone that take whichever you like. Meaning you're given an option. Okay. No matter which, that's whichever you choose, the others will be offended. So that's whichever. Okay. Number 72. Sige, 72, please answer. Uy, mas may mga may mga pagkutanan mo doon hesitate to ask questions. Okay rin na, basta okay rin yun. Sige. Kung may harap din, sir, huwag na kumuha. Okay rin dyan siya. Mas namin pagit na maghapal na wala na akong nakuha sa pero kung okay lang, mas namin pagit siya. Number 72, let's start. My uncle travels abroad all the time, but now he blanked throughout the Philippines. Okay? Correct? Or wrong? Ayaw salit din. Ayaw salit. Nga sakto ang answer. Kaya kamot sakto dahil di pa'y kadayon. Wrong siya. What's the correct answer? Okay. Is traveling. Is traveling. But now, he is traveling throughout the Philippines. Okay. Kakuan sa subong, travel sa subong. It's letter C. 73. Which of the following words ends in sound? Yeah, very good. So the answer is, yeah. This is, so this wanted, meant, ruined, but this one is walked. 74. Which of the pairs contain, that's, I will not pronounce that one. It's part of the IPA. If I'm going to pronounce this, that one, you will really get the answer. Okay, what's the answer? This is A, this is A. Okay, that's the pronunciation. This is A, this is A. This is NDIPA, International Phonetic Alphabet. So this is rain, this is bag. Okay, so remember this one. If letters, excuse me, if letters is enclosed with slants, that's the phoneme. That's the sound. Amo di ba lang? Kung nakaamo na ganun siya, hindi na siya letter, kundi sound. So this is A. Hindi siya, this is A. Yeah, look at this one. So this is the International Phonetic Alphabet, the vowel sounds. Ang vowel lang siya. So if, amo di siya, pero kasi mahambal ka mo, sir, sa dictionary, lain mas dictionary, lain ang ginagamit sa dictionary. Ay may kanya-kanya ang dictionary na ginagamit. Pero ang ginagamit natin na standards na hindi siya being IPA, pwede siyang gamitin na sound sa mga Mandarin. Pwede natin i-translate ang Mandarin into this sound. Mandarin, Nihongo, Nipongo, mga iba't-ibang mga Swahili, pwede siya magamit. Pero ang sa dictionary, may iba din na hindi siya applicable sa other sounds of other languages. So this one is long and tense. This is beat. Ang capital letter I, it's beat, short. This one is bait, A, and this one is bat, kapakabina. This one is, amo di kuno ang kapis ang inong letter A is A, like apple. Okay? This one is U, like boot. This one is U, book. This one is O, that's boat. This one is half, it's paw, it's paw. This one is A, ang drop lang yung A. And this is at the middle of the central vowel. The sound is produced in the middle of your tongue, like up. We have but, we have love. Okay, that's the other. And this is the stress, and this is unstressed. Ano ang unstressed? Hindi mo siya mabatian. You will not say about. You will not say that one, but you will say about. Ang mabatian mo lang is about. It's about. Wala ka nang habal na about, but about. Okay? It's the same with this one. Okay, how are you going to read this one? Huh? Ano this one? Okay, ito na kasi tingala ka mo sa manabi. How are you going to read this one? Shen. Shen. Like pronunciation. This one. The T-I-O-N. Yan. Amo na siya. Ano pa din? Organization. Sorry. Hindi na siya organization ba? Organization. It's organization. So that's how we're going to pronounce the shin. So look at this one. Parang wala siya. It's just sh and shin. Organization. So, hindi siya, ako na ginatawag siya unstressed because hindi siya mapatian. Hindi siya, wala siya tagas emphasis. Okay, so that's it. About this one is, we have, yeah. This one, cough, is so that's cough. We have laugh. We have love. So we have love, this one. This one. Love. Next. All right, let's start with this one. Let's have this one. What intonation pattern applies to the statement nobody received a gift? So we have intonation pattern. The intonation pattern that we have is we have 2, 1, 3. 2, 3, 2, 3, 1. Okay, normal, high, and low. So this is normal, high, and low. Okay, so what attention pattern applies to the statement? Nobody receives a gift. Nobody receives, I don't know, it's a question. It's a statement in a question for nobody receives a gift. Okay, it's dapat nobody receives a gift. Dapat 3 hindi siya din. Okay, so what is the answer? Letter? Salat na siya. Salat na siya. Sorry. Ang question galing so this is a statement. It's nobody received a gift. It's that. That's how we're going to read that one. And may Arabic statement na ginasang question. Nobody received a gift. So it's nobody received a gift. So it's 2, 3, 1. So if we are going to have this one, it should be like this. Sorry. It's like may Arab line na siya. Okay, it should be like this. This is 2, 3, 1. Okay, 2, 3, 1, and arrow down. Okay, so here's the explanation for that. Okay, look at this one. This is the first contour or the first intonation pattern. So, ano na siya? It's a statement or declarative sentence. Like, we watch a movie. So, we watch a movie. So that's it. Or a command. You have read an announcement. Okay. Read and announce. Hindi siya glide, but it's i-explain ko sa inyo paano mag-glide ha. Paano mag-glide at paano mag-spare. Hindi siya glide. This one. This one is dapat na lang. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay. So another one. What is your name? Okay. Ano siya? Glide na siya. Basta sunod na ito para mag-glide. Okay. Paano kita mag-glide? Paano kita mag-square? Okay. if the last word of the sentence has two syllable or more than one syllable, amo niya nga tumuha, square siya. But if the last word of the sentence contain only one syllable word like name, dapat nakaglide. So how are you going to say this one? It's what is your name? Okay. This one is with the announcement. So announcement with the announcement. So announce ang babaw. With the announcement. This one is we watch a movie. So that's 2, 3, 1. For statement or declarative, amo na day kung statement kani or declarative, amo gini dayon ang iyang pattern. Or for a command or for WH question. Amo ni ang iyang pattern. How about 2, 3, 3? So 2, 3. This contour commonly occurs at the end of yes or no questions. Like, ako na ginambal ko sa inyo kagina yes, no question. Ako na ginambal ko sa inyo kagina yes, no question in a statement form. Statement siya, pero ang pag-pronounce mo, ang pag-produce mo sa language is in a question form. Like, he is an actor, pero statement siya. He is an actor. Right, so this is 2 and he is an actor, but in the wala kang statement siya because we started with the subject and we have the verb and then the predicate. How about yes or no question in a question form? Like, are you coming? So are you coming? So that's it. And then we have initial grammatical unit, like a phrase, like clause or sentence, like or segment. Yeah. If you'll notice, you'll notice, so that's our pattern. This is our pattern. This is 2, 3, 3. 2, 3, 3. 2, 3, 3. Up. Okay, so that's it. 2, 3, 3, up. What about the other one? May kita na ginatawag na 2, 3, 2. Okay. So 2, 3, 2, contour signal incompleteness. Okay. So it can be initial grammatical unit, an alternate for 2, 3, 3. Pwede siya sa 2, 3, 3. Pwede siya maging 2, 3, 2. Like if you notice, like, pero same lang siya ha. 2, same lang siya. Dapat sa iyo alam mo hindi siya magtungod. Pero tungod na lang siya. 2, 3. If you'll notice, the other one is statement to indicate the speaker has no more to say. Often the word following this contour is, look at this one. She's a bright girl, but so that's 2, 3, 2. So parang incomplete siya. May arang siya arrow. Okay, incomplete. Okay. So those are the contour for intonation pattern. Ano nang kisa mabudayan dito? Inalagay ko sa mga estudyante na mabudayan sa pagbutang sa intonation pattern. Mabudayan. Because they don't have the idea na may pattern dali na ang statement dali amo gid ni ang pattern. Kung question dali na yes or no, amo gid ni ang pattern. Kung question dali na start sa WH, amo gid ni ang pattern. Okay. So that's it. Now let's proceed with number 76. 76, we have here Gabriel slept last night in his air-conditioned room soundly last night in his air-conditioned room, soundly last night, soundly in his air-conditioned room last night. So what's the correct answer? Okay, D. Slept soundly. Slept soundly in his air-conditioned room last night. Let's proceed with number. So, here, soundly, let's go back to the word soundly. Soundly is an adverb. And we have placement of an adverb. Ang adjective, may placement of adjective. Amo to paginando sa cue. Ang adverb naman, may anak na siya placement. Ano ang mauna na dapat na adverb? Ano ang sunod na adverb? This is now the manner of the adverb. This is now the placement of the adverb. If you have a series of adverbs in a sentence, you have to remember that mauna si manner, sunod si frequency, sunod si place, sunod si time, sunod si cause, sunod si reason. Amo na siya. So let's go back to this one. Soundly is ano siyang type of adverb? Time, manner, place, frequency, reason. Manner. It answers how. How did Gabriel sleep? So soundly. How about last night? What type of adverb? Time. So nauna si soundly because sa sequence una gid ang manner tapos time. Okay? So choice A is incorrect because last night is an adverb of time. Choice B is also incorrect even if the choice begins with an adverb of manner. What follows somehow is an adverb of time. Choice C is not the correct answer because it obviously does not begin with an adverb of manner. The correct answer is letter D because it follows the proper order of adverbs in a series. So proper, please remember this one, manner, frequency. An example, some frequency. Adverb. Frequency. Usually, always, often, or often, sometimes. Wala siyang frequency. Ang place, to the left, to the right, in front, at the top, beneath. Ang time, last night, yesterday, ano siya? Cause or reason. Usually, mag-start because. Okay, mag-awa na siya mag-start. Manner. Example of manner. Yeah, soundly, obviously. Soundly, gracefully, ano pa again? Anong, slowly, fastly, and so on and so forth. Yun ang mag-ano siya sa verb. Modify siya sa verb. So, number 77. Sige, answer number 77. So at this time next week, I will still be here, mag-review ko. Parang, ano mo ni kurasa next week? Kung sa ko. Alright, so you have your answer now? Okay, the answer is letter C. Okay, at this time next week, I will be walking. Okay, it is future progressive tense. So, at this time next week, I will still be reviewing. Okay. Okay. Future progressive aspect. Sige, hindi ko na lang siya i-ano. How about number 78? Na-discuss tayo kanina, katong positive, negative, positive. Yes? Correct. You watched the concert last night, didn't you? The correct response would be yes, I did. I will not discuss this anymore. Number 79, the doctor recommended eating healthier meals and what's the principle that will apply here? Very good. Parallelism. So eating healthier meals and doing exercise. Right. 18. Ross is French, but Jared isn't. He is a Mexican. Based on the sentence, which one is true? It's more on logic. Sige. Sige, analyze natin. Sige, analyze natin. Ross is French, but Gerald isn't. He is a Mexican. Okay, the answer is letter? Correct, letter B. Sarap na na. Salat na siya. The answer is letter B. Ross isn't Mexican. Kasi Ross French siya mo. Okay. Hindi siya pwede. Okay. Salat ng letter. Okay, number 81. Which sound is not a realization of the simple past tense? Not a realization of simple past tense. No. So, simple pasts, we have the sound, letter. Sige. Everybody produce the sound. Okay, this one. Okay, this one. Again. Bigod na dungo pa mga anong sound. Ato ba rin, katong habal ko ba, maging amo na natin o. So it's Ed. Ed. This one. This one. Eight. It's 8. Ito ba? Rain. Diba? So, the in and in the realization of the past tense of the verb. And this one sounds like manned. This one sounds like wanted. Wanted, Ted. This one, Ted. This one is walked. That's it. And that one is aid. Now let's proceed with 82. And this is the explanation. Look at this one. So this is the allomorph. Okay, you have to produce this one for after voiced segments like grabbed, hugged, roamed. Okay, that's this one. Ripped, poked, kissed, patched. This one is Ed. You have rafted, rated. Okay, so the past tense morpheme is realized as but may change under certain conditions. So, amo niya yung mga changes. Although, amo lang hindi siya tani, pero mag-change siya under certain conditions. Anong mga conditions? Amo niya mga conditions. Okay? So, it can be sounds like this, or this, or this. So, example, you have bagged, babbled, robbed, viewed, wanted, assaulted, disseminated, abducted, walked, developed, kidnapped, blocked. 82. In the noun, the possessive is pronounced as sige, answer. Answer naman. Duwan ni kabilog ang duwan ni ka style. Duwan ni ka style. Pwede siyang mawala siya yung S, apostrophe na lang siya. Naangay nga ni butang S to signal that this is singular. Ha? To signal that this is singular. So may ara na siya S. Kung plural din siya ang pinaka-last, generally or commonly, apostrophe lang din siya. Like, for example, bags of a student. So, mo lang din siya. But to signal like Marites, okay, dapat may amo pag-ibig siya. So, what's your answer? Letter? Yes. So, it's Jesus's. Okay. Jesus's. So, in the noun Jesus's, the possessive is pronounced as S. So, Jesus's. Marites. So, look at this one. Yeah, we're done with this. Ako ni hambal ko sa inyo nga, saan o ang word, ang sound ni S, saan o mag-S, saan o mag-S. So, cat, tag, love, cats, tag. So, cats, tags, loves, cats, spas, boys. But diriya, caps, S again, caps, cats, cuffs, fates. Diriya, buzzes, bushes, buzzes, garages, matches. So this one. So look at this one. This is the consonant sounds in English. Kagina atong spell kagina. Amo to ang vowel sound. This one is the consonant sound. Vowel sounds is of course different from consonant sounds. So this is the symbol of letter P. Sound of letter P. Parehas lang sila. Mayroon kita ginatawag na trigger and sniff. Mayroon kita ginatawag na International Phonetic Alphabet. Okay? So, Ari, what's the sound of this one? This is the theta. Theta ni siya nga symbol. This means that the sound is like theme. How about this one? This is another sound of PH, but it is voice PH, like, so like then. Amo na siya, oh. Actually, may amo na siya tani, pero wala na siya. Okay, this is S. This is sure. Amo na ginhangal ko sa pagina. Sure. Azure. This one is hat. Chat. Job. Mine. This one is so NG. It's amo na siya ang ano. No. N. Okay. And then O, R, U, and A. Okay. Look at this one. This is the symbol of letter Y. Okay? So, kung basta makakita ka mo, amo niha. Ngayon na natin pa. Makakita ka mo amo ni, this is not J. This is A. Like you. Yes. Okay? So like this one. Yes. That's yes. Okay. Number 83. Okay, number 83. Would you mind blank me tomorrow? So what's your answer? Okay, the answer is meeting me tomorrow. Would you mind meeting me tomorrow? So meet is a verb. To meet is infinitive. Meeting is gerund. If we meet is a phrase. So here it uses as gerund. So meeting me tomorrow. So if it is a gerund, kung ang gerund, ano na siyang gerund? It is used as noun. So would you mind what? Meeting. So it answers the question of what. Okay. Would you mind what? Meeting tomorrow. That's it. It's an object. Number 84. May answer to 84. Which of the following shows the correct stress pattern for a compound noun? It's blackbird. It's not blackbird. It's not. This is the explanation. And let's have this one. Blackbird. It's blackbird. So blackbird. Wala siya. What is a blackbird? It is a type of a bird na maski white siya, ang tawag niya is blackbird. Tama na siya. Hindi siya, it does not pertain to the color. If it is color, it is blackbird. So it means a bird which is black. Okay, this one, it's really a bird, nga blackbird din siya. Look at this one. We have rocking chair, postman. Okay, postman. So what is rocking chair and what is rocking chair? I guess may aling ko dili example. Ay, wala. Okay. A rocking chair. Amo na ang pungkuan sa inyong mga lola kag lolo. That's rocking chair. Okay? Ang rocking chair, maski ano nga chair nga gaamaw na. Nakuha niyo? Maski ano nga chair, basta ga-rock siya. That's rocking chair. Rocking. Okay? Pero kung maghabalong ka rocking chair, that means ang katulin yung nahigda-higdaan sa inyong lolo nga ano na siya, gabaw ng NPL. Okay? So we have blackbird. So this is blackbird. Longhand. What is a longhand? Taas ang amot. Yes, taas ang amot. Pero this refers to the is it the second hand of the clock. That's longhand. Kung may ka longhand, taas ang amot. Okay. So we have Carlos eat grass. He is watching a movie. We have this information is not to be handed. This information is not to be handed out. My boyfriend called out. Stress refers to the degree of prominence a syllable has in the word forgive. The syllable give sounds more prominent than give. So that is why, because may added this is more prominent than the sound of the syllable for. It's forgive. Okay, forgive. It's like this. Forgive. So we have primary stress. So this is the primary stress. This is the middle stress, and this is the weak stress. That's it. Legendary. Forgive. Yeah, that's it. Okay, number 85. For thousands of years, rice lamb was staple food for many people. I have an answer. Has been. Has been. So when are we going to use the word has been? If it started in the past and it is continued in the present until subong. So for thousands of years, rice has been a staple food for many people. Hasta subong. This is still a staple food for all of us. So Is, was links the subject and its complement. He is very dynamic today. He was the man of the hour. Had been, an action was completed, finished before another activity or time in the past. He had been in the canteen when his friends arrived. So, duha ka action. May action in the past, natapos ang inyong action, some next naman na action in the past. Has been is a situation or it is a situation that began in the past and continues to the present. Like I had, I had been living in my apartment since last year, something about that. Okay, or I have been living, no, not I have, but I have been living in my apartment since last year. 86. All right. So the answer is any other. So Ben's new digital camera is more user-friendly than any other I have seen. Okay, look at this one. Saan ka magamit sa anyone else? Saan ka magamit sa any other? Saan ka magamit sa other? Others. Okay? The subject of the sentence is the camera. Okay. Anyone else, this may refer to a person. Any other directly refer to other camera. Another may refer to one more in addition. Another daw addition siya. Others refers to all members of a group except the person or thing that has been already been mentioned. So this is the explanation why we need to use any other. Any other. Okay, number 87, please answer. So pirmini siya, this is collocation. Maski piyuhan ninyong mata, answer to me. The twins look identical. So it's collocation. What is collocation? Ano ang collocation? Collocation is the principle of the structure of the language where the words are collocated. The words are usually in the same phrase or commonly used in the same phrase. Hindi lang, mas hindi ka magkanto, sila gina magsundanay. Sila gina mag-updanay. That's collocated. Like, mahambal yung tao, as far as my memory is, ano yung sunod? Kung habal ko ba, as far as my memory is, ano sunod? Concern. Kaya nabalaan na nato, collocated na sila nga phrase. Maunahan mo na siya dahil as far as my memory is concerned, nabalaan na tayo. Ano pag-ibig? Tama na siya ng mga ano, tama na siya mga, ano ba? May arapagin nga hambal nga, if my memory serves me, ano sunod? Right. Because these are collocated. And there are other collocations pag may mga damo pang mga collocations. Yeah, this one, collocation. Look at this one. Just in time. That's collocated. Past the time. That's collocated. Take your time. Mag-optinay, gindi sila. Maski mag-uba, have time. Spend time. Run out of time. These are collocated. 88. Okay, so what's the answer? That's done. Neither of the accused officers decided to quit his position. Neither. Di ba kapilog ng ginatanaw mo? Okay. Pero sa ilang na duwa, hindi kahit silang duwa. Okay, neither. Okay. So look at this one. There, it's plural objective pronoun. His singular objective pronoun. Its contraction form of it is, and its singular objective pronoun for inanimate object. So that's the difference between the pronoun reference. Okay. What about this? Nakita na yun naman, sila na yun ano. Do you have the same answer with the other C? Nakakagina naman Okay, the answer is, of course, letter C, garages. Okay, that's it. Giraffes means garages, handcuffs. Okay, we're done with this. Okay, what this one, please answer. Okay, it's idiomatic expression. What does it mean? This car won't start. Let's call Danny because he is an old hand at repairing cars. Okay. Hindi siya letter C. Hindi siya letter C. He's an old hand means experience. An old hand means an experienced person. Correct? I have doubt also of letter A, a reliable person. Basta hindi siya trustworthy, hindi siya an industrious. It's, I have to check. It's letter C. No. This is not the right. Ano to ganito? Kasi may sala ako ihambal sa inyo. Salapit din ang akong salapit. So it can be let's take letter A and letter B. So it's a reliable person and an experienced person. Okay? Select ng trustworthy person. Okay, 91. I'll see you soon, he said, or she said. But we didn't see each other for a long time. She said, blah. So what's the answer? What's the answer? Ano to? Okay, the answer is letter B. She would see me soon. Okay, it's ano ang discussion? It's changing direct speech into indirect speech. Nagkama siya, I'll see you soon, she said. So paano mo siya mahambal into indirect speech? Mahambal ka, she said, she would see me soon. Okay, I guess I have explanation. Yeah, this one, direct speech. Okay, how are you going to transform direct speech from indirect speech? We have Rama said, a fine lesson will be taught to the wicked Ravana. Kilala si Rama at si Ravana? Kilala niyo sila, wala? O gamay na literature. This is the character in Mahabharata. Sa Mahabharata, ang Indian pala, si Rama at si Ravana. The given sentence is in a direct speech na siya. Okay? Here, the exact words of the speaker have been put within quotation marks. This is the exact word. May quotation mark, malinaw. There is a colon after the word said. Rama said, colon, a fine lesson will be taught to the wicked Ravana. The first word inside the quotation mark starts with a capital letter. Kapag may items ni nag-start with some capital letter. That's direct speech. Rama said that a fine lesson would be taught to the wicked Ravana. This is an example of indirect speech. The quotation marks as well as the colon after said are removed. The conjunction of that, that introduces to us the words not exactly as spoken by the speakers. However, the latest trend is to drop that. So meaning, pwede siya makakambal na Rama said that a fine lesson would be taught to the wicked Ravana. Pwede na siya nga, Rama said a fine lesson would be taught to the wicked Ravana. This is the latest trend. You need to drop that. But still part of the structure if you are going to use that. Okay. Look at this one. I said, this man is a real nincompoop. Ano yung nincompoop? What is nincompoop? Poop. Tanaw sa dictionary niya. Ang palagi yung classmate na, you're a nincompoop. You're certainly a nincompoop. I said that. Tapaon ka rin sa iyong classmate. Okay? So that's it. So you can have this one. I said, this man is a real nincompoop. I said that. So, the man was a real nincompoop. Okay? Or poop. So that's no? Next one, she said to me, you are singing very melodiously. She told me that. Okay, I was singing very melodiously. Okay, so she said to me, you are singing melodiously. If we transform into indirect, you would say, she told me that I was singing very melodiously. How about this one? You said I killed a rat rather wickedly. You said that you killed or you had killed a rat rather wickedly. Tingnan ko maulas na sumpay. Supot siya dilihan. Supot na siya dito. This is the direct speech. Halin di pakadto di ang direct speech. Halin naman di pakadto di. This is indirect speech. He said, I have done amazingly well today. That's direct speech. In the direct speech man, he said that he had done amazingly well that day. Okay? He had done amazingly well that day. Let's look here. We said, we were watching a truly absorbing movie. We said that we had been watching a truly absorbing movie. And another, she said, I badly need some medical help or medical help soon. She said that she might badly need some medical help soon. And you said to me, you can do this ridiculously easy task. You told me that I could do that ridiculously easy task. I said, I shall certainly take care of all eventualities. I said that I should certainly take care of all eventualities or eventualities. I see how here, example, he said that I will teach him a lesson to remember me by, or to remember me by. He said that he would teach me a lesson, or he would teach him a lesson to remember him by. They said, we have put up an extraordinary performance indeed. They said that they had put up an extraordinary performance indeed. Those are examples of direct and indirect speech. 92. Can you tell me what time blank? So the train arrives. Does the train arrive? The train does arrive or arrives the train? Can you tell me what time the train arrives? Can you tell me what time does the train arrive? Can you tell me what time the train does arrive? Can you tell me what time arrives the train? What's the answer? Okay, I know explanation. D is eliminated, wrongly constructed. B and C are emphatic, asking for the time the train arrives, but Asking the time the train arrives must not be emphatic because the train might come late or in advance. So hindi siya, ang emphatic ba, may ara siya does, do, kag did. Tapos ba itong habang mo ganyan, I do love you. So, very emphatic. So, kung emphatic siya, hindi siya pwede kay in the context, ang train usually hindi mo abot o exact hour, exact time. Hindi mag-abot. Pwede mag-advance, pwede mag-late. What about the other one? Okay. So if emphatic verbs are definite. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So number 93, the air around us. All right, so what's the answer? Letter C. Contains both oxygen and water. So the air contains. It's very simple. It's the subject, singular subject, and the base form of the verb. I will not use it. 94. Which sentence does not have the same meaning as the others? Okay, letter D. The athletes are training rigid diet rules observer. The option A is the active voice construction of option B. Parehas ang option A of option B. Option C, adverbial phrase is placed at the beginning of the sentence. Option D, the though is that the athletes are training how to have rigid diet unless rules observer rather than training for the specific athletic field. 95. 95 is letter D, which while expresses a contrast. So I am a pessimist while he is very optimistic. So it's contrasting. Okay, 96. Vowel sound. Ano to ganyan ang mga vowel sound? By the way, how many vowel sound do we have in the English alphabet? I'm talking of the sound, not the letters. May kulang. How many vowel sounds? It's 8. Katuginan ko ano ba? Atong amo na kagina ba? Tapos may ara ka pag may ara ka 1, 2, 3, 4. Ulang pag-dali ang 8. Hindi siya 8 but it's 12. Tapos may amo ka na sorry, so if it's you, may equal, tapos it's half O, sorry. Half O, kag O, kag may amo na. How many we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. We still have this one. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12. This is, how do you pronounce this one? Beat. This one is what is? Beat. Beat. It's long. This one is beat. This one is bet. Sakto? Salat. This one, bet. This one is bait. This one is bat. This one is boot. This one is book. This one is Paul. This one is boat. This one is it's pot. This one is what? This one is about. Okay, how many vowel sounds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, look at this one. Sige. Tanawa kung diin nga sound. Diin sila pa rin, kung diin ang diferensya sa ila. Ini siya parehas meet, is. O, nakaari sila din sa beat. E. O, ari na lang. Aman mo letter D. Is. Oh. You have to pronounce this one as his. Because yes, he is his. So this one is different. You will not pronounce this one as clear. Hindi na siya pwede na clear, it's clear. It's okay? Ano na siya sa clear. Okay. Because what's the reason? What's the reason? Nga hindi siya parehas. Okay. Anong rason? Because of the word R. Tanan nga mga R, masundan ganit sa vowel, mahimo na sila rhotic. Mahimo na siyang unstressed. Mahimo na siya hamunan siya dayon. Because of our tongue, magbuba ang atong na tongue kung i-produce na din ng hindi tama. Like author. You have author, writer, ano pa din ang mga clear, ano pa din? Meter, amo na siya dahil amo na siya ang usual na magkatumusakan na ano. I guess I have here the explanation. Yeah, that's it. Ang tatong may R, yeah, that's it. Usually we used to produce this one as that's very clear. We have to say clear, but it's not really clear, but it's really clear. Like this one, ang ginakaon natin sa ginabaligya sa tindahan sa guwa. Ang mga piras pala. Usually we pronounce this one as pear. I want to buy the pear, but it's not the pear, it's a pear. Look at your dictionary, that's pear. It's not pear. Okay. Number 97. Blackboard, I guess. No. Yeah, blackboard. It's the same with the teacher needs one colored chalk for. Okay, so a blackboard. That's blackboard. Meaning this one. Maski white pa siya, maski green pa na siya, that is a blackboard. It's not. Hindi ka maghabang. Amo na mga elementary natin. Siguro may pataba mga elementary tamo. No, sige na si maghabang na. Look at the blackboard. The green na siya. Because originally, the name of that board is the blackboard. Hindi sa kay pangalan siya blackboard, itong siya nga board. Kundi amo gina iya nga pangalan. Subong na lang na ginapangliwat na this is a whiteboard, but actually this can be called a blackboard. No, siya parehas na siya kagina sa blackboard. If you are going to research in your dictionary or in the Google, research ka sa blackbird. Blackbird is a kind of bird. May mga pula, may mga puti, pero it's blackbird. It does not refer to the color of the bird. Kung mag-refer ka sa color ng bird, it's blackbird. So meaning, it's the bird which is black, color black. Okay? Compound noun has, okay, that's it. Suppose that while waiting for someone to talk with friends in the lobby of building, somebody says something that you did not quite hear. Which of the following would you say? Please repeat that. Please speak louder. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you request me to repeat that? So which is better? Letter C. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay, it's more on the formality of the language. It's more on the formality of the language. Okay. So when you seek clarification, this is what you're going to do. It's on the conversation para hindi ka maging redundant during discussion so that you will not be redundant. You might be using this one. Either you will say, what do you mean? Or you will say, sorry, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Or do you mean that something? Or I'm sorry, I don't quite follow. Or I don't quite understand what you're saying. So that's seeking for clarification. Number 99. Suppose that you are introduced to a coworker in an office or establishment. The person being introduced is approximately of the same age as you. Which of the following would you say to her? I'm honored to meet you. I'm pleased to meet you. How do you do? It is an honor to meet you. That's number dua. Letter B. I'm pleased to meet you. If it is I'm honored to meet you, sino ang iyong katubang? Sino yung kinustuyan? I'm honored to meet you. Higher. How do you do? Bata sa imo. It is an honor to meet you. Parehas na siya sa letter A. Yan. Okay, option A and D could be used expressing a response to a person with high authority. Parehas ang A and D. Ang option C, talk to a person younger than you. Option B is correct because this expression is used to person approximately same as your age. 100. Which line is produced with a sustained intonation? Ayan, sustained intonation. Ano ganito sustained? Ano gani ang ano sa sustained? Ano gani ang what's a sustained? It's 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. Sustained. So, tingnan nila ang sustained. It's letter. Okay, sige. Lantaw na to. Anong intonation patterns ini? What brings you here? Ano? It's 2, 3, 1. 2, 3, 1. What brings you here? Next. Ano siya ang WH question? Parehas siya sa statement, mga declarative. 2, 3, 1. Down. How about this one? Is the conference room ready? 2, 2, 3, 3. 2, 2, 3, 3. Okay. 2, 3, ready? 3, up. Okay. Letter C. It's 2, 3, 1. 2, 3, 1. We want the game. 3, 1. So this one is 2, 3, 2. 2, 3, 2. So that's the sustained intonation. Okay? So the answer is letter D. Okay. Sige. This time, you need to answer 1 to 50 silently. And then we will check that one afterwards. Sige. Pwede ka makagawa wala answer sa inyong 1 to 50. Para maka-break pa kayo ng nadala-dala.
Are you always stressed? Tahi siya din. Secondary. Secondary is on the here. Tahi. Ari siya. Uh, Ako na siya.
Are you through? Yes. Sige na, let's proceed. Okay, so 101 talks about the stress. So which of the following words is not correctly stressed? We have here word secondary, engineer, spiritual, and afternoon. So what is your ask? What is which word here which is stressed incorrectly? Which word here stressed incorrectly? Yes. All right. So actually, if you are going to very obvious because there's no stress hilarity. So this is one of the answer. Okay, afternoon. So that's considered because wala siya na, actually dapat may stress na siya pero wala ang stress. Now, if I'm gonna ask you, where is the stress for the word afternoon? First syllable or in the second syllable? Second, it's afternoon. Okay, second, the stress. What else? Engineer. This is engineer. So it's correct. The stress is here. Engineer. Spiritual. It's spiritual. The stress is on the first syllable. That is still correct. The word secondary, it's secondary. This is secondary. The stress is on the first syllable. So it's secondary. Now look at this one. This is the, yeah. Actually, the correct answer is secondary because this is from a secondary. No, this is wrong. It's not secondary, but it's secondary. So i-correct ko lang dala ko lang siya na-check because wala din siya nabutang sa stress. So meaning, this is also part of incorrectly stressed word. But here is the correct stressing of that word. Okay, it's secondary. Right? Secondary. This is where the stress can be found. It's engineer. Okay, it's spiritual. It's afternoon. Okay, that's the right stressing of the following words. Right. So number 22, which words best completes this sentence? I always feel blank when the stars fill the sky. Okay, so the answer is happy. Okay, it's there A. I always feel what? So happy here becomes a noun and becomes the object of the word feel. Okay? Number 103, the connection between time spent in social networking sites and poor academic grades, blank. Okay. Now it's a discussion of the subject-verb agreement. Okay, what is the subject here? What is our subject? Is it the social networking sites? It's the connection. Amo lang din na siya ang ating nga, it's the connection. So therefore, our answer is alarming. Because in siya between time spent in social networking sites and poor academic grades, these are just intervening phrase. Why di siya naudod siya, the connection is alarming. But you explain to siya, what kind of connection? It's the connection between time spent in social networking sites and poor academic grades. But technically, what is being talked about is only the connection. Okay, so that's it. Here, here's another number of 104. Neither of the suspects admits blank the crime. Neither. Kagina, di ba? Nagwa ni Kagina? His. So, his. Dapat diri siya dante. Okay. Neither of the suspects admits his. It's not that his crime. Yeah. Kaya may aral dali siya the. Yes. I'm sorry. If we don't have the here, if we don't have the article the answer is his. Like, neither of the suspects admits his crime. But it's because we have this one, neither of the suspects admits us the crime. Yeah, this is correct. Us. Okay? Wala na ako nakita. Ano the crime. 105, the actress signed the contract a few days after the talent management plan. Okay? It had sent it. Okay, had sent it. Okay? This is, I hope I have here the explanation. I had here. Option A is simple past. Look at this one, simple past. Hindi siya pwede because we have here two actions. May isa ka action, tag may another action. Now remember, kung simple past then isa lang ginang action. Ang dumdumo ninyo, if it is perfect tense, kung mga perfect tenses, duha ka action na siya, ha? Two actions. There should be two actions. Now look at this one. How about the letter B? Letter B, send it. This is present tense. Simple present tense. This is past perfect tense. Okay? And the other one is, this is future perfect tense. We'll have sent it. Now, the explanation for the past perfect tense is that an action was completely finished before another activity or action or time in the past. So meaning there are two actions completed in the past. So what are the two actions completed in the past? We have here, the actress signed the contracts a few days after the talent management had said it. So natapos siya, kag natapos na siya. So two actions. Okay? Kabalo na kapon eh. What intonation contour or pattern applies to the question, who will join the parade? It's 2, 3, 1. Very good. WH question, 2, 3, 1 down. Okay, now tapos na tani. Which sentence is marked as 2, 3, 3 or 2, 3, 1 down? Which siya maging 2, 3, 3, no, so duwas na dito bilog. 2, 3, 3 and 2, 3, 1 down. What's your answer? D. It's letter D. It's, do you prefer to go swimming or jog in the park? So that's it. Swimming or jog in the park. Okay, so that's 2, 3, 3 up, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 1 down. Which of the following sounds in the trigger and sniff transcription system would you consider a critical sound for Filipino learners of English? Filipino learners of English. Letter B, D. Actually, parang siya nga letter C ang answer. Naaman. Because we are Filipino language, we're Filipino speakers. Usually, A, I, I, O, O lang din ang aton nga, wala tani. Wala man tani. May ara tani. Pero ang ara natin is correct. A din ang aton sini. Pero sini it's very critical sound because sometimes this can be sung as E. This can be sung as E. This can be sung as E. Na basically, ang sound ng gitnaton is E. Okay, amo na siya ang sound ng gitnaton. Kay A, I, dragaling kami yung sound na to. A, I, O, U. So, pwede siya sa Pinoy, pwede siya maging E, pwede siya maging E. Okay? So, critical siya. Okay, number 109. Every woman, man, or child blank the right to live. Okay. Nga mo na yung answer? Because of the word every. Every is singular. Okay. Yung mga habay dito mo, everybody is. Hindi ikabagambag na everybody are. Everyone is. Ano pag ginagaling na everything is. Is gina siya. Wala siya. That's part of indefinite pronoun. Next. Yeah, this one. Every is always singular in form and should take the S form of the verb. Okay, number 110. The excellent speaker can blank even the most complicated ideas. Okay, excellent speaker. Okay, it's all about the meaning of two-word verb. We have two-word verb here. So what's the answer? It's get across. Get across even the most complicated idea. Okay, here's an explanation. If you're going to say get through, that is to reach the end of the tunnel. I have to get through the tunnel. End of the tunnel. Sorry. Sige ba? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So what is the meaning of get through? That is to reach the end of something. Like we had trouble getting through because of bad weather. Okay. Next, get away. It's to avoid. Okay. You have to get away from your ridiculous vices. Another one, get along. It's to proceed toward the destination or to remain on a congenial terms. Like most college students can get along with just a few hours sleep at night. However, if it is get across, it's to become clear or convincing. To become clear or convincing. Like what I'm trying to get across is that there's simply no money in the project. Okay? So meaning the answer here is get across. The excellent speaker can get across even the most complicated ideas. Number 111, I drive my neighbors up a wall with the loud banging of my new set of drums. So the underlined phrase means bump into my neighbor's fence, make them envious, annoy, let them listen and enjoy. Yeah, letter C. That's letter C. Number 112. I was simply making a tongue-in-cheek remark. I didn't mean to offend her. The underlying idiom means what? Yeah, it's a joke. Tongue-in-cheek. Number 113. How did the students react when the teacher blanked the mistakes on their test papers? It's pointed out. Okay. So what's the meaning for giveaway? Giveaway is to give a present. Right? Sa kasal may mga giveaway. Pick out, that is to discern. What is to discern? That's to think about something. Pointed out, that's to emphasize. Number 114. This book concludes with pages blank useful hints to correcting common errors in English. So that is that contain. That contain. So that contain, ang meaning that contain, hindi siya sa book. Kung hindi sa pages. Okay? So I hope explanation. So look at this one. Yan. It's rule number 11. Sometimes the pronoun who, that, or which is the subject of the verb in the middle of the sentence. Middle of the sentence. The pronoun who, that, which becomes singular or plural according to the noun directly in front of them. In front of them. So, ano ang in front of the that contain? So, that contain ang pages. So, pages is plural. Contain is base form of the verb. If we are going to go back to the explanation, here is an example. Look at this one. Charlene is the scientist who writes the report. So writes refers to scientists. Yan, scientists. Hindi ni Charlene. Pero si Charlene, a scientist refers to Charlene. How about this one? He is one of the men who do the work. So men do. Kung dili ka mag-refer, singular na siya. Pero this is plural. Anong S form sa do? Does. Okay. Who do the work? Men. Pero kung man siya dili, mahabal ka, who does the work? But this is plural that refers back to who refers to this word. So that's the explanation for 114. Number 115. All political parties promise to turn the economy blank if elected, but they never do. It's the use of preposition. So what's your answer? Okay, letter B, it's around. Now let's think of what is it that this is our answer. Okay, that's turn around is to act in an abrupt, different, or surprising manner to change for the better. Okay, while turn on, that is to activate. Okay, turn in, that is to hand over or to deliver. Turn over, that is to surrender or to give. Okay, so therefore, our answer is around. Turn the economy around. Kasi mahal ka mong, sir, turn over, turn over, turn around, turn in, turn on, ang imo explanation, ali turn man lang ang choices. It's turn over the economy if elected, but they never do. So it's turn over, turn around, turn in, turn on. Okay, so turn the economy, it's a word verb. Next. 116. Blank, I prefer to live in an apartment. My husband wants to buy a house. Okay? It's whereas I prefer to live in an apartment. My husband wants to buy a house. That's how are we going to use until, because, whereas, when. Nakakamo tong atong na answer. Until, you will use this one to indicate time when something will happen or become true or etc. All right, because that's the give reason, that's very familiar, that's very obvious for all of us. Whereas used to make statement that describe how two people groups are different. Okay, while when is conjunction at or during the time that, just after the time that, at any or every time that. That's the usage of the word when as a conjunction. Now, when can be a conjunction and can also be an adverb. Okay. Next, 117. If you had or if you have come to the theater last night, blank, you blank the play. Okay. You would have enjoyed. Pinablang sa kwan pa ni siya sa silong Britanic, unta, nalipay ka, you would have enjoyed. The students never cheated on the examination. Okay. What's the tag question? Okay. So, is there, did they, do they, did they? Okay, what's the answer? Did they? Hello? Anong did they man na siya? Because we have the word never. It applies to negative, positive. Negative, positive. Ito na siya, aton nga. Tapos cheated is in past tense, therefore we have did as past tense. Usually, ang pasang negative natin is mga not lang usually. Number 1109. More of our teammates now with the new policies. More of our teammates now blank with the new policies. What is your policies? What is your, yes? Agree. Agree. So agree. That's the present form of the base form of the word agree. Okay. By this time tomorrow, we block the meeting. By this time tomorrow, itong last kanina, ako nang ginambal ko kanina. We'll have had. Okay. At lang kanina, hambal ko nga, karo subong mag-review, amo ni nga oras, sa next Saturday, amo mag-gapon yung oras mag-review ka. We'll have had. By this time tomorrow, we'll have had the meeting. Pero tomorrow, what's time? Amo lang yung time, we'll have had the meeting. So, number 121, the class decided to give their teacher a blank handbag on her retirement. So, ibutang diri kag and para hindi matagaan sa clue. Kaya kung ibutang na dira mabalaan gina dahil kuan gini siya diri dapat. Ibutangan na diri and mabalaan gina ang clue. So, or and. So, what's your answer? Letter C. A long-wished elegant latest black Louis Vuitton leather. Anong principal? Principal of Dosakong Q. Wala sa ko yung hambal na. Doslakon po. Dosakong Q. Let's review. D. What is D? Determiner. O. Observation. S. Another S. That A. C, O, origin, M, Q, quality. That's it. Panumdumon yun ang yin siya. Panumdumon siya. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Those are compute. So you have here opinion or observation, long-wished, elegant, age, latest, origin, Louis Vuitton, material, leather, wala sa quality. So, long-wished, elegant, latest Louis Vuitton leather bag. 122. The structure, the instructor inspects students' lamp. Okay, what's the principle that applies here? Principle of parallelism or consistency. So your answer will be C. To attend every class, to do all the assignments, and to hand in homework on time. Yeah, letter C. Okay, letter C. Now let's proceed with 123. Which sentence contains an error? Okay, my error that the card catalog has the subject listing for reference purposes. There are certain books that can be found without using the library card catalog. If a student cannot find any information lead in the author listing of the card catalog, they should ask the librarian. Every book in the library has a call number, so which is wrong? Letter C. Letter C. Oh, wala. Basta, ano to kanina number? 23. Yeah, 23 letters. Ano po sila po? Ay! Yeah, letters C. Now, let's find out nga ako ng answer. Gabi, sino naka-answer letter C? Tell me what makes your answer correct. Nga letter C. Yeah, that's correct. Okay. A student. And then, they. Okay, dapat, he or she lang niliri. Okay, isa mo lang a student. He or she. Or, pwede man nga, if students, para man-they diri. I'm gonna answer for correct. Which of the following does not have the same meaning on the other sentences? Okay. What's your answer? Here, a letter. So the answer is letter A. Letter A pa rin. I'm sorry. Wala na yung kapwa. Letter A, letter A, the problems about marriage and married life or married life are what a young wife should know in this book. So which of the following does not have the same meaning as the other sentences? So although this one have the same meaning, pares na meaning siya lang ang wala, ang lain. It's more on critical reading. Which of the following would be inappropriate in making complaints? Inappropriate, inadequate making complaints. A. Excuse me, but I'm afraid you are out of line. Or don't get me wrong, but I think we should discuss the issue. Or maybe you forgot to check the item. Or how could you be so forgetful? Letter D. Wala kang sikit sa letter D. Yan, letter D na siya. Yan, letter D. Wala na siya ikaw mo. Okay, which of the following expressions can help you involve other members of the group in the discussion? Do you agree with this opinion? What do you mean? Let's go on to another point. Personally, I believe that. So what's your answer? Letter A. Mathematics learned to be one of the least popular subject. One of the popular subjects among students. Appears. Okay, mathematics is singular. This is S form of the verb. Technology, blank classroom teaching and learning in the last decade. Okay, it has changed. The last decade has changed. Okay, next. Dr. Day is one of the language teaching experts. Okay, who advocates reading for pleasure, who advocate reading for pleasure, who advocated reading for pleasure, who will have advocated reading for pleasure. Kapag yun ang sa likod, ang i-refer mo. What's the answer? Experts, so letter B. Experts who advocate. Okay? Natagi nang help to, basta may mga amo ni ganin who, ang imong clause, the verb in your clause would refer to the word in front of the word who. Okay, dito na siya mo-reference sa yan ang tubang. 130, Maria wishes to say no to a friend who is asking for help in their homework. What should she say? I'll be glad to help. Can you repeat what you said? I'm with you. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. Yes, sir? D. Maria wishes to say no to a friend who is asking for help in their homework. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. Nakita niya siya, I'm glad to help. Mataling disubo na siya, I'm glad to help, but I have other work. Pwede nakita siya, kasi lang niya, pala I'm glad to help. Can you repeat that? It's wrong. I'm with you, it's wrong. Okay? I have to go to my other slides here para right, so let's start with 131. I hope you can see this one. 131. In which of the following structures does the word of function as an adverbial? Of. Adverbial particle. So in the first word, or in the first, the answer is letter A. Okay? You're off the book, you're off the hook of their functions as adverb. Letter B, off with you, of functions as preposition. Okay, I'm not off yet. Letter C, functions as preposition. Their on and off relationship. That's function as preposition. We put it off too long. Of functions as preposition. So the correct answer is letter A. Number 32, the following words may belong to the same lexical category except. Ka-answer ka lang sige, no? Okay? Because give is a verb, place is a verb, book is a noun, play is a verb. No. Book is also a verb, play is also a verb. Okay. Same, it's what? A noun. Okay? Paano siya naging verb? Yan. Place this bag in the corner. Paano siya naging verb? Okay. Book in the online. So anong butsing nga dili? This can have two meaning. This can have two meaning, and this can have two meaning, but it can be used as verb. And this one is really a verb. Okay, so that's it. Number 133. Which of the following statement about sentence structure is not correct? Okay, not correct. So letter C is not correct. There are restrictions on how the words can combine to form grammatical phrases. Okay? So there are restrictions on how the words combine to form grammatical phrases. That's not correct. The first one is two words or lexes that belong to the same category or lexical category can substitute each other in a sentence. This is correct. Two words, two words or two words. This is this one is information about the language. Okay. Two words or lexes that belong to the same category or lexical category can substitute each other in a sentence. Example: pretty, beautiful. Duha ka word ang pretty and beautiful. And they belong to the same category. Adjective and adjective. Kag pwede silang magka-replace silang duha. Pwede silang magka-interchange. So this is correct. So sakto ang generalization sa first statement. How about letter B? Each word has a limitless range of possible function. Limitless. Meaning, hindi siya restricted. Pwede siya maging verb, pwede siya maging noun, pwede siya maging adjective. So anong examples yun? We have, okay, let's go back to the word play. Play can be a noun and can be a verb. And if you are going to use playing a pen, this one is no longer a verb, but it is a gerund, not gerund, but participle or participial. Participial, which means adjective. What kind of pen? It's playing, no, it's playing a pen. It's a verb. Sorry, hindi siya ako. Sorry, hindi siya ako. Playing a pen, it's still a verb. I have to use Traveling bag. Okay. Traveling may sometimes be a verb, pwede siyang verb. But here, it becomes an adjective. What kind of bag? It's traveling bag. Sama na siyang limitless range of possible functions. Pwede siya man-noun, pwede siya maging verb. Parehas ang imo pangalan. Mga 2000, I guess it was 2010, na naghambal nalipat lang ko, hambal yan, idon solverta mo ako. So the word don solverta, it's a noun, it's a proper noun, naging verb. So pwede siya. Ang mga ginambal nga, it's a limitless range of possible. So this is correct. What about this one? Hambal yan. There are restrictions on how the words can combine to form grammatical phrases. Are there restrictions? The answer is no. There is no restrictions. Okay. How about letter D? Lexical categories can expand into bigger strings of words called phrasal categories. Ano ginahambal sini? Hinambal lang, pwede mo mapalawig ang isa ka word, ang phrase. Example, ma-add lang ka sa isa ka, ma-add ka lang sa mga phrases. Here. Jack built a house. Okay, now I have to make it longer. Jack, this is sige, daw lang yung pa na siguro. Jack built a house. Okay. Jack built a house near the farm. Okay. Again, another one. If you are going to have it longer, Jack built a house near the farm of his friends or friend. So we have a friend. And you can still extend this one by adding phrases. Okay? So, probably you could have, pwede man na din sa tunga, pwede man din sa middle, like, Jack built a big house near the farm of his old friend. Extended. Another, the kind Jack built a bigger house near the 1-hectare farm of his old friends. Okay, so how much ginambal din mga lexical categories can expand into bigger strings of words called phrasal categories. Okay, next, the distribution of a word in a sentence structure determines its function. The distribution of the word in a sentence structure determines its function. Halimbawa, lagi na, hambal ka nga travel is a verb. Pero sa ginsulat mo na sa sentence like, I have a traveling bag. Okay. This time, the word travel, it's no longer a verb, but it is an adjective modifying the word bag. So depende. Hindi pwede na, okay, kung si travel naging verb, sa tanong na panahon, verb lang din na siya, hindi pwede. Because this can also be a noun. Like, traveling is one of my favorite adventure. So traveling becomes a noun. Okay, so that's it. So that's the idea of letter E. The distribution of a word in a sentence structure determines its function. Okay, next. We have here which of the following phrases will be generated? Which of the following functions will be generated by this phrase structure? We have here rule 134. Sorry. Nalibog ko din na yung choices. Yan. This is in your linguistics. Which of the following phrases would be generated by this phrase structure rule? Amo niya ang ginatawag na phrase structure rule. So, ang tawagan niya phrase structure rule. NP, that's noun phrase, article, adjective, noun, plus prepositional phrase, then preposition, determiner, noun. So pangitaon daw ko na natin dili, kung diin na lang siya damping noun phrase siya, tapos may article, may adjective, kag may article, kag may prepositional phrase, kag may preposition, kag may determiner, kag may noun. So diin na. So the answer is one day at a time. Okay? So one day at a time, if you're kung nakaagi nini sa tinatawag na diagramming, or parsing. No, it's on phrase structure rule. Dapat NP sa babaw, NP dapat mayroon siya nga article and ano siya? Adjective plus the end. Plus preposition, PP, then preposition, prep. Tapos, ano sunod? Determiner, that, plus noun. Okay. So we will see kung check na yung number 1. One day at a time. We have one day. Article is one. So, ini siya, wala siyang one day at a time. One is the article. One. One day. One. One. And the day is the noun. Day. Din ang adjective. One can be considered as article and can be considered as adjective. So chapter siya, one day. This is article or adjective plus noun. At a time. At is at a time, at a time. Ano siya ginatawag na prepositional phrase. Ano na mga prepositional phrase? It's a phrase that starts with a preposition. Okay? So at a time, so you have at here as preposition, at, then as determiner, time as the noun. So the answer is letter D. One day at a time. Nakuha niyo? Actually, kung i-discuss ko sa akin ng mga estudyante, this will take a week for them to get the concept of this one. Phrase structure rule. Anong phrase structure dili? An old letter beneath your pillow. So you have, now this is still a noun phrase, an old letter beneath your pillow. So, and this is determiner, old is adjective, letter is noun. Okay? Beneath is preposition. Okay. Beneath is preposition. This is preposition, preposition. Your pillow. Your is determiner. Pillow is the noun. Okay? So, kung ini siya katong nagamiton, ako ni ang answer. No. Naka-enclose ang adjective into parenthesis. Kung wala siya naka-enclose into parenthesis, the letter A is the correct answer because we have the article and at the same time we have the adjective. This one is considered article and at the same time considered the adjective. What about the letter B? The house, this is the article. But this cannot be an adjective for the house. So house is the noun. This is preposition at the end of the street. Prepositional phrase. Article, preposition, determiner, preposition determiner, and is the noun. Kaso lang may sugpon pa siya nga, preposition, determiner, and noun. So hindi siya pwede ang letter B. My one chance, this one is, mine is article. No, it's not article, but it's, anong my dere? Determiner. Determiner. This one is adjective. So hindi na siya pwede, nag-start siya determiner. This one, that, all, this one is determiner. So hindi na siya pwede, nag-start siya determiner. Dapat mag-start siya article. So ang start lang din article is letter A and letter D. Okay, letter A and letter D. What is wrong with, sorry, sala ang answer. Sala ang answer. The answer is letter A. The answer is letter A. Because one is not an article. One is a determiner. So, and all this is, and is an article. So, article, adjective, part din siya, dapat wala na siya, part din siya sang rule. So, letter A. Sala na siyang letter, ang color. Okay? Number 35. Which of the following word group is a sentence fragment? Yeah, sentence fragment. The boy and the girl's uncle. That is, they fought, created, a family just moved in. All of the above. What's your answer? All of the above. Fragments, manatsulatan na. 136. In which of the following sentences does the verb be is function as the intensive verb or copula? So it's letter A. So it is annoying, intensive verb or intensifier. Intensifier. Ano ganun yung intensifier? It does not need complement. It does not need an object. That's intensive verb. 137. Which type of grammar deals with the rules determining the structure and interpretation of sentences that speakers accept as belonging to the language? It's explanation na siya. So, theoretical grammar, universal grammar, siguro na ito kay work time na, generative grammar, and performance grammar. So, we show the answer. It's the universal grammar. Okay. Our structure rules are in. That's it. Which of the following are optional constituents of this sentence? Optional. The grumpy history teacher surprised us with an announced quiz. Okay? Ano ang optional constituents? Ano galing optional? And pwedeng wala siya. Okay, it's the grumpy history kag unannounced. Okay, pwede man siya nga, the teacher surprised us with a quiz. Pwede man lang siya, kuhaon na nato niya the grumpy, grumpy history kag unannounced. Pwede na siya madula. Sentence na yapon kung muhambal ka, the teacher surprised us with a quiz. Okay. Or with a quiz. Number 139. Which of the following best describes the phrase? Yeah, a sequence of words that does not express a complete thought. Okay. A sequence of words that can function as a sentence? No. 40. Which of the following sentence structure contains the transitive verb group? The transitive. If it is transitive, pwede siya maging transitive, pwede siya mahimong intransitive. Are you familiar with transitive and intransitive? Transitive verb needs an object to complete its meaning. Okay, example. I brought a car. I brought a car. Hindi ka pwede maghambal nga I brought. Dapat kumpletuhin nga what you have what did you bring? A car. Okay? This is transitive. Transitive verb. It needs an object to complete the meaning. How about intransitive? Intransitive verb. IV. I walked. Pwede na siyang i-period dira. Dire, hindi pwede i-period dira. I walked. It does not need to have an object to complete its meaning. Now, what is detransitive? Ang detransitive can be transitive and can be intransitive. Okay? Example, you have here, his boss, Max is giving his boss a headache. Okay? Giving his boss a headache. You have there his boss and a headache. This is the object of the transitive can have both two objects. Okay, this is an object of the verb, di ba? Object. May ata ginatawag na indirect object at may ata direct object. This one is a direct object. Okay, direct. Ano gali ang indirect object? Ang indirect object ang ditagaan. Example, I sent him a gift. Okay, dua kabilog. You have him and you have the gift. Gift is the DO, while him is the IO. And this is the verb and this is the subject. TV. Nadumdum ka muna ang inyong mga ginatuwag sa unang is TV, IO, DO. Tapos, SLVC. Ano lang SLVC? Subject, linking, verb, complement. Tapos may ara kang STVDO. DO. Subject, transitive verb, direct object. This one is subject, transitive verb, and direct object. This one is subject, transitive verb, indirect object plus direct object. So this one, the sent here is an example of the transitive verb. Okay, so let's go back to the example. Max is giving his boss. Giving his boss is IO. A headache is DO, the direct object. Intindihan nyo? So another one is Sam give his teacher a present. So Sam, his teacher is the IO. Ano galing IO? Indirect object. A present is DO, direct object. Okay. I am bringing you a sandwich. You is IO. A sandwich is DO. Okay. Another one, he was reading David a storybook. Okay. David is the IO. A storybook is the DO. She throws a batter. She throws a batter, a strike. A batter is the IO. A strike is the DO. So these are the example of the detransitive verb. Kinanglan siya sa IO, pag kinanglan siya sa DO. Okay? Next, meaning there are two objects. Ano itong hambal ninyo? There are two objects. Ano ang duha ka object? Direct object at direct objects. Number 141. The following can function as intensive verbs, except intensive. Okay, so you have here make, seem, become, turn, and remain. Okay, intensive verb, intensifier. So intensive, it does not need to have, it needs a complement. It needs a complement. So make is make cannot function as intensive verb. Nga man, make is a dynamic verb. Action verb ang make. Ang sin become third kag remain, mahimo siya intensive verb. Paano ka kabalo nga intensive? Ano intensive verb siya? Pwede siya is then of is, are, am. Example. Let's start with sin. He seems tired. Isla na to is. He is tired. Same ang thought. Ang become naman, he weak. Pwede siya maging he is weak. How about ang term? The color turns yellow. Pwede siya maging is. The color is yellow. How about or he turns angry. So he is angry. Another one, how about remain? He remains silent. So it's the same with he is silent. So parehas silang tatlo, parehas lang apat, 1, 2, 3, 4 nga intensive verbs. Wala labot si make. 142. What is the function of the underlying constituents in the following sentence? Phil dreads wild animals in the jungle. So, wild animals is considered as object of the verb or object predicative. We have a lot of discussion of the object predicative, but the object predicative is the same with direct object. If you're familiar with direct object. 43. Which of the following is a complex sentence? Ano ganing complex sentence? One is simple sentence and the other one is it composed of dependent clause and independent clause. Amo na siyang complex sentence. So letter A, don't make any comment unless you are fully aware of the issue. So that's an example of a complex sentence. How about letter D? Nga nakapulan siya. Jen likes her new house, but she doesn't like the front yard. No, that's not a complex sentence. This is compound sentence because of the coordinating conjunction. Compound din siya. My mind changed on my way to the party. So this is another compound. So ano lang ang complex sentence dito? Tingnan kung ano nakapulan siya. Ano lang ang complex sentence here? Don't make any comment unless you are fully aware of the issue. We have here, don't make any comment as independent clause, and we have unless you are fully aware of the issue. This is the dependent clause. Okay. Di nga naging complex sentence siya because the word unless is subordinating conjunction. Ang iniya, but so is an example of coordinating conjunction. If it is coordinating conjunction, this is compound sentence. Compound sentence. Siya ang complex sentence. Okay, what about number 44? Which of the following sentence structure is syntactically ambiguous? Pres kagina. Tumagal ko nga. The cat chased the rat with a hat. Sige. Anong meaning sini? The columnist writes feature articles on antique writing desks. Ano? Ang una, gasulat siya, ang iyang ginsulatan, antique writing desk. So, antique ang iyang ginsulatan. Ang isa is about some antique writing desk. Kuha niyo na tayo. So, this makes the language ambiguous. Okay? 145. Which approach to grammar refers to the structure of a language as it is actually used by speakers and writers. It's descriptive grammar. So we have ato sa babag i-discuss ta kagina. I will not discuss it anymore, but it's ara sa I guess ara sa mga copy. Number 146. Which of the following structures qualifies as a determiner phrase? Determiner phrase. Okay, when you speak about determiner phrase, a determiner plus a noun. Okay, an anecdote, it's a determiner phrase. Her predicament, a determiner phrase. My pet, that's also a determiner phrase. Your property, that's also a determiner phrase. So all of the above. Syntax deals with the following concepts, except syntax now, it's true about syntax. Rules of correct usage, smaller units called constituents, structural analysis, lexical categories, distribution, and function. Letter A is not all about syntax. So ano gali ang syntax? Syntax is structure. Parang syntax, inabalang mag-type kasi imong calculator, syntax error. Nga nag-error ang syntax, kay wrong ang imong sentence. So syntax, we have also syntax in the language. Ang structures ng sentences, that is syntax. Okay. Ang upod na niya, mga utod na niya is semantics. Semantics is pragmatics. Yeah, semantics deals with meaning, phonics, phonetics. Pragmatics, the practical use of the language. Okay. Number 148. In Chomsky's transformational grammar, kilala niyo si Chomsky. Chomsky is the father of modern linguistics. Father of modern linguistics. In Chomsky's transformational grammar, to what does a sentence deep structure refer? Deep structure. Okay? The deep structure is the abstract representation of a sentence. Balikan natin diri. This is ang inanga words na makita mo, amo na ginatawag na surface structure. Ini siya may arap to deep structure. Meaning, ang deep structure is the meaning behind the surface structure. Okay, so amo na siyang ginatawag na deep structure. So ang question is, to what does a sentence deep structure refer? It is the abstract representation of a sentence, meaning the meaning of the sentence. Abstract representation of the sentence. Hindi mo makita. The meaning of the sentence. Number 149. Duha na lang din. Hala, 5:30 na. Nyapo na taan eh. Lexical ambiguity is best exemplified by which the following sentences. Okay. He is sore loser. That's a good pitch. We have, she is a liar. The tree fell over. You bet it's real. So ano? So here, pitch refers to a game or a tone of voice. Lexical, ambiguous siya. Ambiguous siya. Pagkabalo, that's a good pitch. Meaning, anong pitch? Anong galing hampang may pitch? Sa anong hampang? Baseball. Pagkabalo nga, that's a good pitch. Meaning, namin yung pagka-pitch. Pero may other meaning man sila. Namin ang yung pitch. Siya Pino. So, that is ambiguity of the language. Amo itong hambal ko sa inyo kagina nga mapreso in town ang mga pobre na sinasika-sikaan sa mga abogado. Dahil kapuro-puro. Last na lang yan. The following statements about prepositions and prepositional phrase are true except. Anong hindi true? Prepositions indicate the relationship of a noun phrase to the rest of the sentence. That's correct. Prepositions are structurally and functionally identical to particles. Prepositions serve as heads of a prepositional phrase. That's correct. Letter B, prepositional phrases perform adjectival and adverbial functions. So which is wrong? Letter B. Okay, pintahan ang inyong kuan, halin kagina. Hasta subo. It's 150. The answer is letter B. So if you have time, kung gusto niyo basahan ng mga explanations about rules and grammatical grammars, may ara ka mo din ang kopya sa content update, so you can review that one. But kung gusto niyo mabalik-balikan niyo ng ang questions, you can have the questions. But of course, sigpintahan niyo. Mamangkot ko din sa kuan din sa top 1. Top 1. So 150, 149, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40. 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 30. I have to start with, ano ganing half sa 150? 75. O 75. Higher than 75. I love her. Katawa siya. Higher, 75. Higher than 75. Raise your hand lang. Higher than 75. Okay. Higher than 70. Good. Higher, usually, ito lang sa 24%, 25%. Higher than 50. Higher than 50. Okay, good. Higher than 50. Higher than 40. Yeah, that's good. Higher than higher than 50, 40, 50, 30. Alagas na nagkalat na ng bad. Sige, please submit your answer sheets kay kuha sa Aqualex. Okay. And thank you so much. Thank you for your presence. I hope you learned a lot today, and I hope ma-review mo ako sa Lunes, Martes, Merkulis, Huwebes, Biyernes. Pang-tapik-tapik sa inyong kwarto. Ang inyong mga para yung mata niyo, huwag po ninyo makita, basahan. Thank you so much, and bye-bye everyone. Have